figures provided by you. As far as the.
Okay. It's your live.
Only extended 5.
Says we're live.
Just one person. Is that Tom Smith?
It's not showing that we're live on here.
Yeah, Vicki, when I just talked to her, she said they're.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Three that we put it in.
Yeah, I told her that I think there might
That
be
was
4, you know, and I said,
Brennan?
Yep.
So
give
she-
me their names and I'll call them so we can get them out this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Because we've seen an increase. Request for that anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're ready.
Ready?
We're ready.
Okay, this is for the municipal court. Essentially, the budget numbers have stayed the same. There's been an increase in the bank charge. Everything above the bank charges in the middle of the page is the same. Those are numbers that I can't, those are fixed. Am I correct? Okay. And so then we go down below and we have the court appointed attorney. We've kept that the same at 6,000. We've only paid for one. They're $500 a whack. We had to increase it just so they would do it for us. But we have 3 or 4 sitting in the, ready to be submitted. And I talked to Vicki today and I said, either you or Myrna get on the attorneys and have them bill it so we can get it out this fiscal year. Otherwise, so the 6,000 number is still good. I think that should stay the same for next year. The equipment expense, I'm not real sure on. We've got $1,000, but we haven't expended anything. And whether that was just I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to talk to Vicki about that, but we asked that stay the same. Jail fees, of course, are the bigger ones. We budgeted $25,000. For some reason, the current actual reflects a 0 balance. I spoke with Vicki. There have been charges that have come in from the jail. The jail is slow in submitting those, but there are, and Vicki is sitting on some bills that need to be paid out of this, that would reflect on that. I asked her if she saw that an uptick or a number that required an increase in jail fees. She said no, she did not think so. So again, you know, 2 years ago we expended almost 22,000 out of the. I think we were asking 25,000 at the time. It might have been 40,000 back then, but so we would ask that the 25,000 remain the same. Jury and witness expense, that's something that's mainly all we've done in the past is have to pay for some interpreters and stuff like that. There's some new people in the criminal game playing, doing the DUIs, and it wouldn't surprise me if we may have our very first one. You know, but I don't know. So I would ask that be kept the same. And then the maintenance service agreements, we were at 1,400. We spent less than 300. That's because the game has changed as far as the copy expenses, and so we would ask that stay at $300. And so, other than that, things are working pretty good. We're still able to do the fine reviews by conference call every Monday. We're able to do they set up conference calls for the pretrial conferences, and so we're able to try and minimize the backlog on those trials. A lot of them have been settled. There's half a dozen that they took care of, and we've got it's like 4 or 5, maybe 6 still on the docket that will need to be addressed. But all in all, I think the new prosecutors have done very well, very even-handed. It's a lot smoother, you know, and I think they're working with the sheriff and his chief and his men very well, you know. Going pretty good. Any questions?
Council? I mean, courts is always pretty straightforward.
There's nothing I'd add to the judge said. I was looking at my jail fees and stuff, we're significantly behind there. Talking with Janus Jails, or something like 6 months behind getting us bills. So,
Yeah, we just paid 2 yesterday.
How much were those worth?
Between the 2 of them, they were 9,000 something. And that gets between police and court.
Oh, really?
What dates are they for? What was the date range?
I think May and June of 19.
It's almost a year.
Yeah, really?
You don't know when they're gonna come in, and then all of a sudden they'll bam, 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 hit, and then you don't see one for months.
You would think they want their money.
I know
You would think so. When I saw them, I was like, 2019?
As I notated here, July 19th through March is what they're behind. Sure. So. I
That's
was looking-
nothing in this fiscal year. I mean, that's not, how can you,
I don't know, 'cause so what caught my attention is I was looking at my expended for the year and it said 10,932, and I'm like, that can't be right. Because we budgeted 75, here we are a month and a half left. I'm like, Dennis. So it goes right along with it.
We've kind of, needless to say, with this, a lot less warrants have been issued, and we are OR and pretty much everything, you know, I mean, especially the dog exchange and all that kind of stuff. To avoid that, what are we at, $110 a day now, paying for jail fees, and so we're just watching it. They're kind of getting a free lunch, but unfortunately, they always tend to come back.
Mhm.
You know, we always come back and see them, so we'll get them.
and you don't know what the equipment expense is for? Did you guys have anything? We did the computers last year, correct?
Previous year.
Or previous year? Was it the end of last year? Was it that 2 years? It all kind of
Just runs
meshes
together.
together.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she would look like.
Why are your bank charges not there?
That's when she does the reconciliation, then she gives me the numbers and I have to do a journal entry, and I haven't gotten them yet.
Okay, so we'll see if that's a kind of a once a year type.
No,
No.
usually it's a monthly, but
So she hasn't, we haven't all year?
it's just, it'll take me like 5 minutes once she gets me the numbers.
Okay, because it's just still showing 0. That's why I was.
And she might have them over there, hasn't gotten them to me yet.
I don't think there's much.
She is trying to delegate a lot more to Myrna. You know, Myrna's pretty capable, and this will
Some learning curves.
help the office.
And the professional services, that was the coin appointed attorney, correct?
No, that's the judge services.
That's the judge services. And we're down because,
It's 1,800 a month, so it'll come up to the 21,600.
council, any input?
The thing I see
Maybe it'll add on.
discuss is the $1,000 equipment. Looks like you're due for some equipment because there's a whole lot of zeros across Europe every other year.
Yeah,
Well, and so we did, I don't think it got put in here. Or is he the coin appointed attorney? Professional services. Should probably zoom that in. We did computers, which would have been an equipment
I
expense.
think she did that under office equipment.
Did she do that under office equipment? So that was the 1819. Okay. So what would,
Could be printers or,
Let's see, yeah.
well, I could fall under office, I don't,
Zero this year.
Yeah. So just leave it or take it
Save it
out?
for us if you don't need it.
That's 1,000. Okay. Well, I don't think I have anything else.
That seems pretty cut and dry.
Very good.
Pretty simple. Yours is always easy. I mean, we'll take it, we'll take it.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I did.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, do we want to go police or fire?
You guys wanna flip a coin?
I mean, who,
Flip them in.
you wanna, you wanna see?
I think we're ahead of me on the agenda.
Is the one we're looking at for Lexi the most current, or are you gonna update us as we go through?
Should be the most current. The one he got me last
Sure.
Thursday.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, should be the most current.
And I sent him out Friday. I think it was Thursday, he wrote, or emailed.
You sent us something today, but that was more general.
That was the general revenue and then just the summary page
Because we had 100,000 that we needed to,
for the second Cedar Springs.
what's our starting?
Thursday, 5:00.
Overall here. 4.5, 4.5, 4.6.
No, that's wrong now. That's what a big red ugly number right here is wrong.
Correct. So here it's
We have
53, 38,000.
4 numbers.
Do you have a piece of paper so I can borrow? I'm trying to go all electronic, but.
Yeah, you need a scribble,
Yes,
scribble on some paper.
especially while I figure out the, anybody else need paper? Thank you so much.
Chad went old school.
Everything laid out.
Chad's prepared.
So the one thing about that number that just bothers me is we're looking at budgeting $300,000 is one time. So next year it won't be there. So-
It's coming next year.
Correct, but the year after, when we go to next year's budget, it's a one-time payment.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not
I mean, I think we're gonna be conservative this go around anyway, because we don't really talk about project your tax revenues and project this, and project, like, well, you can't project anything right now. Just because nobody knows where anything's going or anybody's doing or which way's up, so. I guess, chief,
One place.
Which chief?
I'm gonna make you go first so he can see.
Are you gonna get called out on
I texted Kate, he said,
Okay.
As I say, there's wildland fire, so.
They've got a
they must go
wildland
first.
fire and he's on call, but Gagy's gonna take it.
I'm gonna call some investigator, so. But
Oh.
I texted Matt, he said,
Look at it. Don't look at me like that. Come on.
Well, so I didn't make big printouts for all of you guys because we're quote saving some money here. So I'll talk as we go through here. A lot of these lines are fairly cut and dry. Salary, wages. Went through there, I actually miscalculated those because I did it at 40 hours instead of, or 80-hour week instead, because we were at 80 or 86 hours, so Lexi corrected me on that. There's, so salary, wages, our overtime line, I've left essentially where we're at. It's a combination of CPU and regular overtime, which covers any call outs, right? And where we're expended isn't probably the correct amount right now, because we're using up quite a bit of it with us being short-handed. So, and then of course you have all your benefits and what have you goes along with the salary line. So I'll skip to dues and subscriptions, which is 1051,200. And so most of all, this is the same as last year. There was a few increases. So we have ICP, it's a membership, International Association of Chiefs of Police, and that's a networking policy ordinance tool that I use. It has something like 8,000 policies in it. Leads Online is the outfit that all the pawn shops have to report to and that kind of stuff. So we use that as an investigative tool. So when somebody says, hey, something got stolen, as we're investing this stuff, we go in on Leads Online and can search all the pawn shops to see if anything like that showed up. Example, Sonny's RV last year had some generators and stuff stolen. This was a part of that tool to recover that stuff. WASCOP is the Wyoming Association of Chiefs and Sheriffs, and then you have Wyoming Peace Officer Association. So it's $10 per officer for the membership to Wyoming POA. RIMN is another law enforcement networking, similar, I would say it's similar to Leads Online. So RIMN is the Rocky Mountain Information Network. It's linked in with DCI, the other agencies. So anytime we or they're doing search warrants and stuff, we can see if there's conflicts, intel. So like if somebody in Colorado has somebody running a pound of meth to Casper, they can say, hey, we got intel. So it covers about a 4-state region and we all network with it. Public employment law, it's a subscription I get. So I get a monthly thing that comes in. It talks about all the case law and cases that deal with public employment law. That's fire and police type related, either lawsuits or case law that's going on. And then once a year, a updated book with case law comes out. So those are the subscriptions. Registrations, I got it right this year. Last year I didn't have it right because I thought it was vehicle registrations. So this year I understood that it's for training. Last year I had a training line up, so it's corrected this year. So under training, which is 1051,210, lowered it a little bit from last year. And so, and I'm not going to cover every single class, but just to give you kind of an idea of what's going to be coming out of this. So we have our new animal control code enforcement officer coming up. So there'll be several classes that we're going to have to send into our schools. I, like all the rest of the officers, have to maintain so many training hours every 2 years to get my or keep my certification. So there's it's put on by the FBI Command College, and it'll be going on here at Casper. So I'm looking at that for myself. We have investigation. So we have a detective spot. We're going to be rotating somebody into that position here in the next couple of months. With that, there's going to be some specialized investigative classes that are going to need to take, such as child abuse investigation and things like that go along with that. Custody control instructor, the one we had moved to Colorado, and we got this position down there, so we're in need of a custody control instructor. So once the academy kind of has their program up and going, one of our officers, I'll be looking attached to go and get into custody control. We're going to move Officer Dudley into take over the Intox machine as the senior operator of that. One of the other officers had that for a couple of years and had asked to do something different. In July, we're having a constitutional report writing class, which will be really good because we have some new officers, so they'll be going through that. Everybody in the department will. Our evidence room, we're going to have an online class for our new evidence tech person. This is going to be one of the current officers. There's going to be crash investigation, traffic incident management. So traffic incident management will be more for our new officers. Deals with responding to crashes and helping the fire department and controlling traffic flow. several other classes for officers, and then there's a few that'll come up. Firearms instructor, one of our officers, Cassidy, his got delayed till after July 1 because of COVID, as he moves through that, because I can't do everything in the department. So, example, training's a huge thing for our officers to be successful. With that, travel expenses, that's mostly a reimbursement line. So I think that the only person or two people who would probably use that is either myself or animal control if we use our own vehicle and then reimburse for mileage and that stuff. Other than that, I'm going to keep it to, if the officers are going to Douglas for training, they take a town vehicle, and then we don't have to take those receipts and worry about what's what. So that's why that line is actually pretty low. Lodging, training, and meals, that goes hand in hand with dues and subscriptions, or not dues and subscriptions, but registration. So anything that's outside of the Casper area that would be, say, overnight, you're going to have lodging and meals and things like that. So that's tied to that. Notary expense fees is zeroed out. Janice is our notary. I haven't decided if I'm going to have our animal control community service person be a notary. Probably would be a bad thing, but it's $100. It's not very expensive to do notary stuff, which we can take out a different line if needed. Office supplies, pretty much the same expenditures last year. And printing, it went up just a little bit. So that's under 310. Let's see, so 310. So like our warnings that we give out for traffic enforcement stuff, those are printed. The pocket books, so we have a little short annotated version of criminal law and traffic law that they carry with them. The slapsticks that we give out to the public and those little things like that. And then I upped it just a hair because there's probably going to be a few things that come up with animal control community service that, as much as we have tried to put everything, checks and balances in, there's going to be something probably come up. So I want to cap just a little extra there for that. If we're lucky and we don't have to worry about it, then we save a little money. Safety equipment and uniforms is up a little bit. Some of this is because it's going to be carried over. So like we have some new officers, we'll have to worry about vests or animal control officers. By the time they get hired, even though they're hired this year, by the time we see the invoices for those things, it won't be till next year's budget. I didn't order coats and kind of the winter stuff yet for the new guys, with the idea that we're coming in summer, but that's something we can work down the road. So I upped that a little there just to help cover those expenses. The telephone stuff, I upped a little bit. Some of that was with the idea of having that 12th officer agreement, keeping that position, which we'll discuss here when we get through this. And let's see, postage, we upped it just a little bit. That may be a little higher actually than what I projected, because as our community service person is doing code enforcement, we're going to have more certified letters and stuff going out. So postage probably is low for what is going to be going on for the next budget year. First aid supplies, I backed down. I upped it some because we're going to put medical packs in each vehicle in this budget, but with COVID and things going on, I'm actually going to pull that out. We're going to wait a little bit, and so this is just to replace any of the Band-Aids, medical stuff from first aid kits that are out of walls and stuff downstairs. Repairs and maintenance, that was building stuff. I didn't do anything with that. Professional services, I did up a little bit. One thing we're going to start doing is more random drug tests with the officers as we deal with evidence which has drugs and stuff, and it's going to practice to do more random drug tests than what's been in the past. Vehicle expenses, I left it about the same. We do have an extra vehicle now, and you just never know about expenses, and had a few more show up this year than I had projected, so I make sure we're covered so that we keep these vehicles maintained as we can. Gasoline, under 510, that is up some because of our community service animal control position following PD. We needed to project where we're at with that. Fuel right now is down, but in 8 months it'll be back up. So it's hard to predict how much exactly fuel we should use. So the equipment expense has been significantly lowered to 28.3. Talk a little bit about some of the stuff I have in the equipment line. One thing, so we have roughly 6 body cameras that we all share right now. 3 of these are fairly old. One of them is having problems downloading right now. So what I'd like to do is move into the Wi-Fi version body cam that will go into the vehicle. So we now have it where when the cars pull up, data is going right to the server to the access point. So if we put the body cameras in those vehicles, it will automatically download as well, and they'll charge in there all the time. So some of these batteries will only hold about half a shift. And so when it's like right now, we've got 2 guys in training with 2 officers, and by the time I check one out, there's no body cameras left if somebody else is working or needing one. And to replace one, a brand new one, is about $900 for the current version we have. If we get the refurbished one, if they redo the battery and stuff, but they don't do anything with software, they're about $500. So we're about $9,000 to put the mount and the Wi-Fi in there. The Wi-Fi cameras will also work as a microphone for the dash cam. So instead of having a body cam and an external mic, so that they both have audio, it will work for both. So it's one less thing they have to wear. Let's see. One of the things that I've been looking at in the world of investigations and hiring practices of things, there's 2 things that are typically used. Either you have the polygraph, or the other option is computer voice stress analyzer. I'd like to look at the stress analyzer computer. It's basically a computer like this that has a special copyrighted hardware in it. It's not as difficult to get certified in this. It's a week-long training, and instead of having all these other things on there, it analyzes the voice for stress and stuff like that. So without looking at the training side of it, the computer with equipment and training for 1 officer is $7,995. Ammunition is in this line item. Every year we have to purchase X, Y kind of ammunition. We have our duty ammunition and training ammunition as we train. We'll go through that. A couple examples, I printed them and did not print for everybody, so that we're saving some money on that, but I'll give you some examples on. So we use Spear Gold Dot ammunition, and so right now a box of the duty stuff for 223, which is the rifle, is about $25 a box, and then our Gold Dot duty ammunition is $28.99 a box. And so I just printed those off through that company. So the body cameras look essentially like ours, but they have software built in so that the Wi-Fi can communicate. It's a holder right there, and they would just mount into the vehicle. Evidence supplies, I left that about the same. It's about what we're going through. So it's, we respond to calls, and we have to replace NIC kits for drug testing and for paper and plastic bags for packaging evidence and things like that. One thing I just did this last week, so our evidence room was needing some updates because right now we're full with shelving, so I bought some shelving, and then we had 2 old refrigerators. One was froze shut, and they're both full. We didn't have any more room to put evidence that needs to be cooled or froze, so we updated the refrigerator, so we have some room in that. And so that's kind of the short line. I had other things I was going to look at, like e-citations, but due to COVID and budget concerns, I stripped some of that stuff out. Moving past equipment. equal, nothing, so miscellaneous, which is 550. That goes into replacements of like flashlights and a camera, kind of those little things that come up that either break or wear out throughout the year. Couple things we replaced or had fixed throughout this year that fell in that line item was in those dash cams, there's fans and things that tend to wear out. So we've had 3 go in this last year to replace all the fans and keep that hardware going. Let's see, so miscellaneous after that, jail fees. I left it the same as last year. I debated whether we need to go up or down, and I really couldn't give you a good answer to it because we are 6 months behind. Part of me says we can lower it, but then we might go over. I don't know. So I just left it where we're at because I don't have a real set number of what's going to be expended for the year. After that, we have PSCC fees. This is dispatching fees. The first one that came out from Casper was like $210,000 for the PD and like $45,000 for fire department. And then we got another updated one. And we were down to like $168,000. And I forget what the fire was down to. So I made a phone call because I was looking at this, and the Mills chief and I were back and forth talking about, because he sent me texts like, "Have you seen that? Is that right? Am I reading this right?" So I read it. And they had forgotten to minus the 911 surcharge of revenue out of that, and we were originally at 8% on the allocated cost basis. So as I called and talked to her, I said, "Am I reading this right?" Because my understanding is, our percentage should come out after the revenue is subtracted, and then she proceeded to tell me, well, the percentages aren't right. So now we're at 62,764 for the PD. I did budget a little more because that number does not include, say, animal control, community service officers. They're talking back and forth because we're billed by that communication. So hard to project how much of that billing we may or may not see. I mean, if you get on the radio and we may not see 10,000, I don't know. So I have to 72 or 70, 72. So I basically 10,000 because I can't really project it. It's one of those things that I lower later as we get going with this stuff. The next one under 650 is Humane Society Animal Control. So that's a new line item in the budget. Since that all falls under the PD, so that encompasses any potential vet bills that we may incur. Also, as the Humane Society, $1,000, and then not knowing how many animals may or may not go to the mills at this point. So that kind of encompasses that whole thing. May have to shuttle some more money into it later. I don't know. But for now, that's a start point. Office equipment under 780. We are in need. Back to the notes here. We're in need of a new copier downstairs. The one we've had or have is somewhere around 6 to 7 years old. The maintenance service people that have contract now are out of Cheyenne. They're not the most fun people to do it. So I talked with Capital Business Systems, which is the same ones that Janelle and Lexi and Clay up here are using. And we can get a comparable copier. It's about $3,504 for the machine. And then later on, there's a service area, and it's here's the next page. So the servicing, which would be replacement of ink and all that kind of stuff. Monthly rate it's showing is $47 a month. And then like black and white's roughly about 2 cents a copy, color's about 15 cents a copy. The nice thing is they would be local, and when Janice calls, we don't have to wait 3 or 4 days for them to show up from Cheyenne and then be all grumpy with us about bringing stuff. and the maintenance cost through capital business is a little bit less than one out of Cheyenne. So that is office equipment. Vehicles, I have it 102,000. And this is the chargers and the vehicles that are on these programs right now. One thing that'll carry over a little bit, it's like the current Durango that's being built is delayed because of COVID. So the upfitting costs won't come out of this budget because by the time we get it, it's gonna be mid-July is when I'm told earliest. So by the time we get it and get it outfitted, it's probably be in July and August if it shows up as projected. So that's a carryover, unfortunately. Let's see, insurance, property, equipment, left that about the same as last year. We don't have anything in those next two lines. Maintenance service agreements. So in service agreements, one is for the copier and two, we currently have all our email stuff run through CMIT. Discussion I kind of wanted to bring up. We've had some struggles getting them to come in and work on the computers as originally discussed with them. They have been a little better this last week about, like, they're really good. Like when I send them, like, I have a problem with an email, they're really good about fixing that. Trying to get them here and like functionalities, ladies, we're having some struggles. So,
Phone calls.
yeah, and I've asked them to call them, like the conversion of email to .gov that was budgeted. So I talked with the lady. She has Sanger IT. Her office is up out of the Nerve building up here by Home Depot. We've had some interactions with her. She does really well. So one of the discussions is, do we want to, we can move our .gov emails and host with her and have her do IT. She has an hourly rate, a monthly rate. So for instance, and I've got her IT resumes and all that good stuff here. If we use her an hourly rate, at the town rate, it's $46.75 an hour. If we use her for network management, which she would come in and do the networking, which is making sure this talks to this and that and things like that. She's doing a governmental rate of $165 a month. And then there's server management where she would go in, make sure there's updates and that stuff, which is $137. And so she kind of has lined out, there's hourly packages of 5 hours and 10 hours, different things. This is kind of what we want to look at. The price for the emails with her and the .gov stuff is essentially the same rate as we're paying the CMIT. So there's, I'm kind of mixed. Part of me says move it all and just use Sanger IT. When we started COVID-19 stuff, when Lexi and Janelle were getting set up to work from home in case they got quarantined, she was pretty much Johnny on the spot with a phone call and got them set up. Very professional. CMIT is you have to send an email to their service thing, and they create a ticket, and it's like calling them and getting them to answer the phone. And I'm a more personal type person that says, hey, we're Casper, Wyoming. We have an issue. Can you come help us as soon as you're available? She's that person. They're not. So I don't know if we want to just use her for IT and leave emails with CMIT, or move it all kind of open for discussion thing. So with that, I will stand for questions and try to keep it short.
I got a question you mentioned up here. Oh, I don't know where it's under, like your uniforms, there's things that we're not gonna see bills for a while. I mean, can we accrue if we know that something's coming? We have to have a bill. Okay, why aren't we gonna have a bill? And I guess for like, if I heard you right, like some uniform stuff or something.
Right, so like the vest, we won't get invoiced until the vest is shipped. So by the time if we measure today, we won't see that vest built and shipped until July-ish. It takes somewhere around 60 days to 90, give or take, the backlogs. I mean, I can order some of this stuff now. I was just looking as it down the road because of where we're at in the budget right now. Some of our current staff, some of their shirts get a little worn, looking at replacing long sleeves and some short sleeves as well.
You said registrations was actually training from last year?
No, it's down from last year. Last year we budgeted, well, last year's budget was a little different because I had put the registration fees in. Let me out here, Lexi, which one did I put it in?
That's what I was looking for. Where does it come from?
It was under training for salaries.
Yeah, so I didn't understand which line item. So that line item got changed this year, and there was a couple line items we deleted, and then we added like community society, so it got rearranged. So this year, the registration fees are in the correct line for registrations, where last year I had them in the salary line.
So which line item went it down?
No longer being used.
Yeah, it's,
So it's not part of this 1.676 number? Last year's budgeted amount was 1.676.
yeah, it's, so because that line item got deleted, you don't see it in here.
But the dollar amount's still there.
Right, so last year I had 20,000 projected for training registration fees, just as the wrong line item. So this year it's in the correct line item.
Okay.
So the 1.676 is the sum of everything down that column. So if you deleted that line item,
Right, that's not in the,
it's not in that total amount down there. So how much was it?
he said 1,000.
Yeah, it was 20,000, so it would have been 1.7 there, was it?
It was 20 and
I had my desktop up here, I'd say.
1696, just shy of 17.
You had your one.
My desktop,
You can have your laptop so you can remote it to your desktop.
no, I didn't do that.
We know the person to call.
Did you?
We were actually at 1696 last year, now you're at 1656.
So your revenues or the summary page says 1.656. This page says 1.676.
Well, that was last year.
Yeah.
Last year it should be,
Yeah,
Okay.
last-
So he's dropped it,
1.696.
yeah, he's dropped it 40,000 from last year. If you put that 20,000,
if we didn't have animal control on that stuff, it would have been quite a bit more. Because that now falls under us, and I had to put that into my budget.
so is that coming out of the general, did that come out of the general budget last, where, animal
Animal
control?
control used to come out of
General
general,
government.
so he's put it all under the umbrella.
So if you took out the 35,000 that we didn't add back in, it would have been a $75,000 drop. But now, we're gonna, what did we budget for animal control last year?
50,000,
I'm thinking 50,000, which,
and then, yeah, maybe the cost.
Do we do 50 or do we do 75?
It's,
I thought we did, let me look it up real quick here.
Because I'd like to know what the difference is, like if we took, you know, because this all comes out of general fund, if we took 75,000 away, but we only put 35,000 back, we're still,
Yeah, where did it come from?
We budgeted 50,000
Under what
last year.
department?
it came out of,
It was under 1043,650.
I don't know.
that's out of general government, right?
Yeah.
So it came out of the general government, so 50,000 came out of the general government.
Yeah, I'm looking for which one of these. Come from. It's we're broke out, not by general government, we're got by clerk, community center,
Yeah,
board,
right
finance.
here.
Oh, general government. Alright,
So we took 50, so last year we took 50 out from last year and we put 35 into police. So we're 15,000.
Okay, yes, sir.
Because we've spent how much on animal control?
Okay.
We're at 52,000.
But we're also
52,
pretty behind, aren't we?
No.
Or we caught back up with those.
Yeah.
So chief, you've got
For general or for animal control.
overtime at 15,000 more than this year.
That would be overtime / CPU the same as last year.
Well, this sheet says last year we budgeted 35,000, this year we got 50,000.
Well, okay, so last year we had a CPU line and an overtime line. And we took out, so when you look at this,
CPU was 15,000.
yeah, so when, it's really, overtime's overtime, whether you use it as CPU, because you don't get paid overtime until you're over a 46-hour mark. And I said, well, there's no sense in having two separate line items when it's overtime.
So is that another one that's not?
How much?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not done. That's
So
that's our 15,000 to your 176.
that was,
Makes it confusing.
yeah, because that line, you don't see that line item because we took
Yeah.
that CPU out, so it was, it seemed like it was 50,000 combined.
CPU.
So this
Yeah.
budget was 1.711.
One was 25,000, the other one was 25, is why I split it up too. So when you look at the overtime line here, that's combination of the two. So last year's budget, where you see this 1676, that doesn't reflect that 25.
I was just hoping to see that zero there.
You're at 1.
Gets me across, but I don't see it. So.
Last year, you're at 1.711. I think in the future, if we delete a line item, that we should leave it there and just
At
put
least
a
for the-
0
Yeah, the one following
for
year.
the current year, so we can see
I
what's.
don't know why it's not on there because it's still in there. I can look in the program and see what you budgeted. I don't know why it's not in
I don't
there.
either, because this is what you sent me.
Are you
So-
sure you didn't just delete them out?
So how much have we done for CPU this year? They spent up?
2,545.50.
No, that's 2,545 is what they've done out of their 15,000.
I think there's more than, I don't think everything was put it, because overtime is overtime. I don't know if it was one,
So the
I think you
24,
started just putting everything.
yeah,
So-
it was overtime.
the 24,954 is a combination of CPU and overtime from this current year.
Well, because the line's missing out of mine, so I can't completely answer that.
So
I know
but if
when I-
we're saying 2,000 for CPU, worst case scenario, we add the 2,000 back in, we're at, rounded up to 25, we're at 27, right?
Okay, actually, I have the last budget plus the AV, so CPU, we have overtime, so it shows here overtime was budgeted 35,000, CPU is 25,000, unexpended overtime is 3,000, but some of that unexpended is CPU time. And then it shows CPU is unexpended 22,454, but because they were combined, we didn't really
So how much have you spent CPU and overtime combined this year?
20, so, and this was, when did you give this to me? 5/1. So as of 5/1, 25,454, but then we'll have however much was on,
There was a fair amount this payday.
so,
And I understand we're short-handed right now. I guess what I'm asking is that 50,000 realistic, or can that be backed off a little bit because we are hiring and staffing our police department? That's not a
well,
full year
and that's,
projection.
I guess that's one of the questions, we talked about hiring a 12th officer, and if we keep moving forward with that, holding that position, we can lower that, because we won't need CPU as much, if that makes sense, because we're gonna have 2 per shift, and then that swing sergeant that floats. So if we have 2 per shift, then, we'll need a little for CPU for, our events and things like that, or specialty, like we're having traffic issues in the area. But from that
St.
point,
Patty's Day weekend.
our overtime will be for cases that carry over and things like that.
So in your salaries and benefits, salaries and wages, is that, and benefits, is that including that 12th position?
Yes,
Okay. So what would you feel comfortable with the overtime since you budgeted in that 12th position? What would you feel comfortable being your overtime at? Since you did budget in that 12th position. You're gonna have that officer.
if we're going to keep and maintain the position, I would say 25,000.
I don't know that we can keep the position, to be honest with you. I mean, where are we gonna come up with the cuts? 500 grand. I mean,
And this is your increase, the 42,000 increase is with their step wages? Or step increases?
There's several apps and stuff wages in there.
and that's already, is that already in that 70?
Yes. Yeah, that's in the projections, and
So,
the salary line should have went down, because so last year was
it was
817,981. Like, Officer Stombaugh was, a 5-year mark, so that takes down some, Norcross at level, brings down, the other, lieutenant position, that's a significant drop, because we don't have to pay $34 an hour, and now we can hire at $21, $22 an hour to replace.
so, how much does the an officer cost? How much does that 12th position cost?
So, let's see. If we go at $22 an hour, so it's gonna be roughly $29 an hour times, what was the number again? Let's see.
28.
No, because we are under the 84-hour rule, so it's
Hold on, let
20.
me look, I have this spreadsheet.
She corrected me on this, because I figured it up on the 2088, because that,
You're too low.
yeah. I was like, oh, it's 2,154, or,
At 22, if you add 48,048 plus 3676 plus 2239 plus 8624.
it's, inexperience is 28.80 an hour. So if it's 86 hours times 26, that's 2,236 hours roughly, so.
If you start them at 22, it'd be about 62,226.
Now when you're talking about cuts here, you could cut the overtime to 25,000. So what, I'm asking you, would the officers rather have another officer and withhold the raises and drop their budget? Because that's 67,106. Or would they rather have their raises and keep their overtime and not have the officer? Because I'd hate to take away it all.
Yeah,
I mean, that's kind of something to mull over, because we're gonna be coming back to this, but
I know that most of them in discussion would like the idea of 12 officers, there's 2 per shift. And I suspect, I mean, I don't know that the step raises are gonna be that much, because there's only,
It's about
3.
42,000.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's, so the step raise is 42,106, and then 25,000, if you get that 12th officer, we're taking 25,000 from the 50,000, and if you add that together, it's 67.
There's a washer where I do that.
So it's either, at this point, when you're talking about saving, you either save the officer and we withhold the step raises and some overtime because they have that extra officer, or we keep that officer and we let them have their step raises and overtime. It's kind of a break even. So work them harder, pay them a little bit more, or give them that officer and the safety and we withhold some of that for I'm not saying it's indefinite, but right now, I mean, it's something that, you know, where do you feel that your officers want to go? Because there's gonna be a sacrifice. I mean, we can't,
There's only 3 that have step raises, so outside of that, everybody else is already topped out. So, I don't know. It's hard
I
to
thought
say.
Carlton, Dudley.
Carlton's, so Dudley,
Carlton, you had up 50 cents. Dudley up 50 cents, and then Norm,
Okay.
Luke,
um,
and
I
Cassidy.
guess we're gonna come back to it. I should probably talk to them. But I would say, at this point, I know most of them want the 12th officer, but I'll have that conversation with them.
because that's, yeah, I mean, that's a conversation worth having. I mean, because
Okay.
as much as I would love to say, yeah, get your raise, have your officer and carry on, we're just, there's a lot of unknown here, so I'd rather be conservative. So,
One thing we can always do is if the picture gets rosier, we can revisit in December and we can always do a budget amendment if it's feasible.
January,
But
but right now, we just want to hold off and
And there was a part of me that says, hold the 12th again, see how things go with the economy. We need at least minimally 11. That puts us 1 per day shift, both sides of the week, 2 nights.
but then when someone goes on vacation or gets sick or whatever chaos that's going on, you're kind of in a pinch and running your office is rampant.
Everybody's looking around right now.
to me, it is, you're right, it's a wash if we look at dropping the overtime and the step increases, it's a wash in the whole position. So, tolerance is-
I mean, we save a little more giving them that officer, taking away the step raises and the,
But we gotta find a lot.
well, yeah, every year.
So I have a question. Looking at the spreadsheet that I have, the budget that we had total for the PD for the year and where we're at right now, there's about, what did I write that down? About $723,000 under budget, is that correct?
That was through March. So you have the number right now?
The one that I have from her is the 1st of May shows 453,525. A lot of that is, well, that's that number, but by the time you take out ground control truck that's sitting out here, the sliding box, and that kind of stuff, if we keep going with the 12th position, I still have those things multiplied for about 237,000. And then I subtracted roughly the salary of the current staff and upcoming new people out of that 453, so we're 237-ish. Give or take. But again, we have a month and a half, I don't know how much revenue we're gonna be bringing in, which answer lady has more of that than I do.
It'll be a whole lot between now and the end of the year.
So with the current budget, with that, you know, a lot of that is because of people not paying out salaries. With some of the equipment, like body cams, take it out of this year's budget, would be okay doing that. So if,
How much is that?
so like body cams, that's $9,000. If we do those. Well, so the whole equipment line really for next year was 28,300, so. In those discussions, because I'd also asked about, like, some of the cars, if we had excess money in this budget, paying off some of those. But again, I can't answer that because can't split you over here.
What are we sitting at in excess right now?
My budget around 237,000, give or take some.
What are we sitting at in the general fund all around?
It was 32,000.
Is that including that,
32,691.
is that including the the 100, or is that next year? That's
We will get another, we got the 90 for OTB that's not in there, and 60 in impact funds that are not reflected in that.
90, 60, where are we positive right now?
32,691.
32.
I've been
I
doing
knew
this
it
for
was
days.
32,000.
I know, right?
I've been called Lexi multiple times every day. What's this? What's that?
So 32,691 plus 90,000 from OTB and then
60, we're at 152.
60,000 of impact funds.
60,000 impact.
Yeah, now that does not cover, of course, the remaining spends out of all the budgets. That's
Right.
just what's not reflected here now. So whatever each department spends between now and June.
Obviously.
This as well.
I don't know, is there things that we want to have the PD kind of pick up now that we can get invoiced for in this fiscal year?
It's like, well, since
Say
we're,
uniforms are out there.
Well,
I'm just
Thanks.
thinking going forward, we're gonna see cutbacks in what we get in funds. So maybe it might be best to use the money that we have now wisely and budget forward kind of shorter.
Well, and that's where I'm thinking like, the body cam thing is an issue. I mean, we don't.
Yeah.
So the things that can be one-time buys, if we can't get billed for this year, that will ride us for a couple of years, so they're not, is kind of where my head's at, kind of like the copier.
How much do you have still coming in for the animal control truck? As far as
So,
like striping and radio and lights and.
okay, so, we just about got the graphics figured out, probably at the end of $1,000. So the truck I have is 30,000. Sliding box that's sitting out here is about 7,000. And then I put in roughly 175,106 for salaries of new hires and patrol current staff coming out of this 453,525. And then I also penciled, so $1,000 for graphics, and then we'll have to do some sort of simple lights. I have Rocky Mountain Warehouse working on that's probably be 1,000, 1,200, but not the install cost. So by the time we put the radio and stuff in there, I'm gonna guess around 3,000-ish for that. And then if we, we got the computer for animal control, that's 2,000. The stands 350. So I just ordered new uniforms for the current officers, and then our animal control officer, pants and shirts, coat, vest stuff. Of course, I won't really be able to outfit them until we hire them, because we don't know who we're hiring until maybe.
I guess what's the total?
So there's a few things I just haven't quite got to yet.
Probably about 45,000. Counting the truck and.
Truck's
Truck.
already paid for, so.
Truck's already paid for, so it's already come out. Okay, so
Is it
scratch
already-
that.
That was paid, get that at the end of April.
So
Yeah, we do.
that's part
That's
of these numbers.
included in the,
Okay,
the
Lots
bed.
we just paid for
Right.
yesterday.
so the bed's not included, which is the $7,000, right?
Because right now, Mike, in your equipment expense, you have 26,272.88 left to spend. 26,272.88.
And so out of that needs to come the graphics, the radio and install, the computer.
What's all that equal roughly?
2353, around 6,500-ish.
Grand.
Seven and seven, so 14,000. $7,000 for the slide in.
Oh,
Truck's been taken out.
14, that would leave us with 12 there, so. You've lived without a lie detector capability so far. how important is that voice recognition?
Two things, we use it for cases, because then we don't have to rely on the sheriff's office or they may or may not charge us, and or their ability to do it in-house and for employment purposes. So if we're either hiring, both either if fire those guys are doing it, it's cheaper than the other way. It's a tool.
Right, we've gone this far. My kind of thought was to take that remaining 12 grand, get the body cams out of that, and be able to drop your next year's budget the entire 28.3. What I was rolling around in my head. But
Are you talking
the
equipment
expense, yeah. So we got 12 left in the equipment this year. If we were to take the 9,000 for body cams out of this year's, and then next voice stress indicator, we could basically eliminate that line item next year.
Do you know how much we're paying for detectives, polygraphs, all that? What the average is for?
Because we didn't use them through our hiring processes, so with COVID.
Who do we pay for that?
In the past, it would have been the sheriff's office for polygraph stuff.
We use Mills on you.
Well, I use Mills and the SO, because the Mills like his background, and the polygraph ran for the sheriff's office. Because they're the only ones, well, Casper doesn't, but I don't know if that's supposed to use Casper. In the past, it's what it's been in the sheriff's office.
What was the JDC or
That was background.
is that?
Yeah, background checks,
And what is postal associate?
Their site.
psychologicals. Yeah, so.
Remember them, I just don't remember.
Yeah, so we used Jacob Carlson, his business partner, so we did background checks for new officers because we're short-staffed, we contracted out, so.
What if we took 25 grand off of it and left 3,300 in there for these types of something that may pop up? I guess the computer 7 grand. Was that the computer, the training, the everything that's necessary for?
So, well, get right to it. Okay, so that covers the computer, includes 2 students in training slots. So outside of the travel lodging, because there's a training in Salt Lake where they do that. So that's the computer, the system, and then 2 students to go.
That's for 7,900.
Yep, 7,995.
You almost had me till the travel and training part.
Unfortunately, Casper doesn't offer everything in the world.
We're the center of the state.
This day and age, everything should be virtual.
Yeah,
Isn't equipment expense though, isn't that where you pull like your watch guard
guard stuff.
repairs?
well, some of it was that, some of it was the miscellaneous for repairs. So like, some of it was pulled from both ends.
See, we never really used to use miscellaneous.
Well, 6 1 half dozen other where it comes from, I'm just looking for money.
Yeah,
I mean, I look at where, honestly, 500 grand in the hole, 538 to start with, and that also includes 300,000 one-time money. So that's money that whatever we figure in this budget this year is not gonna be available in next year's budget when we're calculating that. So in my mind, we're actually 800 grand. It's a big hill to climb.
the miscellaneous lines have become more used in the last few years because you can't plan a budget through a year for things that show up unexpectedly. I mean, you try your best to do that, and I think that's, because I know in the past years, in other places I've worked, miscellaneous was not as big a thing, but it's coming that way because you like chief, over here, his radio goes down, can't plan for when it goes down. You can't budget for that. And that's, so it's hard to decide how much do you put in there. You know, I can't, like, for instance, I budgeted 17,000 for vehicle repairs, but I didn't plan for Cassidy's steering column having an issue, and I didn't plan for the current one that's being traded with the PTU that, you know, you hope you don't have those issues, but you can't plan for it. So that vehicle line, I think we're over at this point, pretty close to.
But with us doing all this new vehicles and fixing things and get rid of junk and upgrading and stuff like that, I feel like we should see it. I mean, like in miscellaneous, that we should see a decrease because you shouldn't have to be picking everything apart. I mean, and you've only spent $5,000 in miscellaneous, so 9,
Drop some.
maybe be a little more realistic, hoping that as we're spending money on new stuff that we're not.
Right, which we're weeding it out, but we're left with, so Cassie's vehicle, which is the lesser of the two Eagles, so it's $2,400 some dollars. But at the mileage, there's a good chance that water pump at this rate is gonna be an issue for us, so there's, say, $1,800. And then we have the flat top, which was the old Chief's vehicle, which is the same motor, and it's a 14. So we have those two older units that are still in the fleet. Then I didn't even talk about Jake's old car, so the bumper, he backed into some sort of a pole or something, so we're $1,700 in something to fix that, and I've not presented that to you in the conversation. I have that paperwork here somewhere. But because that's one of our newer vehicles, we need to make sure we maintain that.
All this is gonna come out of the vehicle expense limit, right?
Correct. So there's 17 plus 25. So $4,200 some dollars to get come out of vehicle expense. Which we're,
Put you over here. Like 60. It still leaves you $500. Not much, but.
Spend it wisely.
Hey, there's only 6 weeks left in the year, okay, so.
Take care of yourself. Everybody be very careful.
Be ginger as you can.
I mean, at the end of the year, I don't think the PG budget as a whole will be over. I know there's some line items that are going to be over. So like registrations already show over, but that's because I budgeted mostly nothing, realizing or thinking of as vehicle registrations, not training registrations. So another one, the telephone, so like under 330, that one's over. That's why I upped it in the upcoming budget.
You have different numbers than me.
He's gonna be, what he's saying is because,
Current.
yeah, currently we're over.
We're updated than I am.
So what is the telephone?
So that's the, like this laptop's in here. So when I'm out and about, the guys are out and about, that's the data that goes in.
Okay.
The air card and, yeah, that stuff.
Comparable to your car.
Yeah. Yeah, what used to be the external air cards, now we have them with internal air cards.
Printing, 132.57, but you're only at 1,400. I know you were talking about wanting to do things and animal control in your ticket books and everything, but coming kind of along with postage, you guys did quite a bit of certified lettering with code enforcement.
Well, and some of that is evidence.
Yeah,
and the UPS store, and
yeah, 800 is actually really low. in reality.
So can printing cut back at all? I mean, you've only done 1,400 and you asked for 32. And you did bracelets and stickers and, you know, all the random, I mean, we repatched.
It's actually got a hefty increase this year.
So I mean, can that be at 3,200 again?
We can do it that way, but if there's something that comes up beyond what I'm already knowing that's gonna come up, we won't have the money for it.
Well, what goes all into printing again?
So, like warning books, we go through 2,000 or so a year warning books, so that comes out of the slap bracelets. I upped it simply on that alone, because 250 wasn't enough, so we'll need more than, unless we don't want to give them out. And we could just say we're not giving anything out to the public, we could do that. And then like the little books for statute stuff, so the little pocket books and that kind of stuff, though trespassing form, there's all sorts of little forms that we have down there that we have printed. So that's what that encompasses. So as we use them, at some point we have to replace them. And then with animal control, there's something probably going to show up through this endeavor that I can't plan for.
Do we decide to knock down PD miscellaneous tonight or no?
Yeah.
I guess.
Down 2.9.
Yeah, so take $5,000 off that. And do we want to do body cameras this year? Where we got the money?
So that was
9,000.
9,000 off that.
Whatever we do with either wages or an officer, that gets us down to 456, 893, 71. For the big red number.
Oh, Gordon.
Wait a minute. We just cut $100 million out of that. No. 456, 893. If you take away whatever we do whatever they decide on, whether it's another officer or their PD wages officer, take away that, you take away $5,000 on miscellaneous, you take away $9,000 out of body cams, it brings us to 456, 893.
What do you figure for the person?
For the person I did on the high, the 67, the wages,
Alright, that
The-
makes sense.
the raises and the overtime just for all the guys really need one another officer. It'll go to 62. Yeah, so 67, 106, 29 is what that comes out to.
Your maintenance and agreement. So are you anticipating, you got a $3,000 more than asked last year? So is that for this new gal? She costs more?
That was part of the discussion. This is something that I think the town just needs a IT person who specializes in IT. So CMIT, that's part of it. That's all they mostly did is the .gov, the emails, the 365 stuff, and you have them do some IT work. And she's more reasonable when it comes to those costs, so that's why that's an increase in there. Honestly, it makes no sense for each department to have their own IT budget. We're one government, we should have one IT budget, so it's all in one budget. Makes sense in my brain, but I'm only one person here, so it's a discussion we need to have.
Do we separate the IT for each department? How do we keep track of that? If we have one, and we get one bill,
They do CMT right now.
And we do anything like
okay, but if everyone was to go into one, we could just make it one line item per,
under
General.
general.
okay, so what was her rates if we were to do like a set, not hourly, that's way too unpredictable.
So,
Whether a monthly rate or,
all right. If we do justice again, so she gives us a 45% discount applied as a government to the town. If we do network management, it's $165. Server management is $137. So we have, you guys have 1 or 2 servers upstairs?
One.
One. And we have 1 downstairs, so there's at least 2 servers there. And then Leo and them, they,
137's per server?
my understanding is for the whole thing. Probably call her right now. Speakerphone.
Is that, yeah, per month or?
This,
My understanding is per month, but I can clarify, she should have answered. I'll call her in a second. So device management, if she was to do each device per month, $24.75. And then there's an hourly package. So like if we thought we'd use her 5 hours a month, it's $224. And if we use her for 10 hours a month, it's $439. There's part of me says if we have somebody who's maintaining and keeping it up, always updated, it's less headaches down the road. I think it's less having to call and say, hey, we need you. There's always a networking issue. Let's call her quick. And then the government, so the email and all that stuff, we last talked, it was the same price as CMIT.
it was $24.75 per device.
Per device.
Okay,
That's
do we know
a
how many
fully managed
devices?
device, so every month she can go in, I have an idea. I just wanted to bring up the topic so we can have a discussion about it, because I don't know how many fire has, I don't know how many upstairs. Well, it's a discussion topic.
All these charges will be on top of your email and software charges and all of that. This is just labor charges.
I just wonder if she takes over the whole town, what our total monthly costs, break it to a year, taking that from all the different budgets and making it one.
Right. But like that, 12 grand, you still want to have email charges.
But if she takes over the email,
No, she has to pay the hosting. Each email is gonna cost you $8 or $12 a month now. Yeah, try to find it.
Your call is not available.
Just for email license fees. Cash fees, $55 a year. Just for email filters.
Scan her emails real quick, there's.
that's something we could bring back to the third night, like if we can figure out how many devices each department has that need to be managed.
Office 365 for government. Next plan, $20 per user. The lowest, let's see, lowest plan is $8. And I think we're all about the $20, which gives you Excel, Word, email, and then the next one up is 35, which is the higher end. So,
$20 per person per month.
and then the administration, she charges $35 for the hourly rate to administer the design. She's doing it every hour. Obviously, it's like CMIT, when I said, hey, these emails changed over, they go in and change them over to new people and change the passwords.
So we need to know how many devices we have, how many emails we have, each department.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to Excel right now. To get an idea on Eddie Bauer.
Well,
I think that's a calculation, like I said, the third night.
Yeah, well,
it's
but
like 374.
I'm thinking homework
And that,
department
and that
heads.
takes care
So
of,
when we can do a calculation, we know how many devices we have and how many emails we're gonna pay for it.
it's everybody that's got a
Also,
.com.
But cost.
And that's for our
For everything.
Microsoft, 374 for who we go through.
What's your line item, how much is your IT?
It's 4956.
And that was budgeted based on what CMIT was gonna do for them as well. But I think before that, I don't think you guys,
Yeah, I don't think we had one last year.
it all ran through
Right.
general.
What's Charles?
Right now, we do 4488 a year.
Does Public Works have an
That's
IT?
included, Public Works is in there.
So Public Works, Fire, so the only thing that's separate is PD.
No,
Well,
PD
PD and fire are
are supposed
under,
to be, yeah.
Okay, so I got Fire.
and that includes your guys's too. Anybody that's got a .com right now
Right.
is under Eddie Bauer,
Eddie Bailey.
or Eddie Bailey.
Yeah, so
Eddie
that
Bauer.
44 covers all your guys' emails, all of ours, PW, everything. So basically everything but you guys.
That includes our. That makes sense. That makes sense. That includes all of our emails.
Yeah, I think you guys have like 35,
32 or 35, something like that.
yeah, email accounts over there.
I think it's either 32 or 35.
All the volunteers.
That's $21,444 right now.
I'd say let's get all our numbers together, maybe contact her and have her give us an estimate on, here's the number of people, here's the number of devices, here's the number of servers we
One
have.
whole,
There's one whole, and then we can look at all the broken up pieces compared to that whole,
Because who knows, I mean,
and see where we're at.
because if we got, let's see, we got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 emails between council and you guys in the courts.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Not sure how many PW's got, let's say 5, 6, 16. The water plant, 17.
Shoot,
I have an answer later. Steve Thompson.
Hi, this is Emily.
Hey Emily, you're on voicemail or voice phone here, speakerphone with the council, the mayor and I, and we're in a budget session. And so there's some questions, yeah, so there's some questions came up and we're looking for some clarifications. On the quote you gave me, server management, that's per month for all servers or just per server?
So, depending on what your servers are, what kind of servers do you have?
In the PD, we have a Dell, and then
We've got a Dell.
upstairs has a Dell. And
Okay,
I'm sure ours is Dell too.
And the assistant fire chief says he thinks they have a Dell. So we have at least 3 Dell servers, it sounds like.
I'm not sure what the fire department has.
so those are small servers anyway, so,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm sorry, I'm pulling up the quote right now.
Nope, that's all right.
Fine. So we don't have a server.
And then you've got network management, and that's for all the network, correct? And that's on a monthly charge?
Correct.
Okay, so the 165,
That's correct.
okay, so
And
160,
then the server management was for all for your servers.
okay, all servers, okay. And that's on a month? Okay.
Yes.
All right, and then network is month, okay. And then, okay, so, and then if you do device management, that's $24.75 per device, and that's on a month. Okay, so explain the hourly package versus the hourly rate, please.
Okay, so the hourly package, the benefit of doing that is just that it would be a cheaper hourly rate. Let's back out for this turn. So like if you were to buy a 5 package, they're just a discounted rate. So like if you know that you'll need me, you guys are gonna have typically 5 hours a month of issues that you'll run into that you need to call me. If you get that package, then that saves you. Sorry, let's take a second.
Oh, you're all right.
So like for the 5-hour package, it's saving you, like what per day? So like for the 5-hour package, that's saving you $1.87 per hour. So in total, like almost $10, just a little over $9.
Okay.
And then each package that you go up is even more discounted. So for instance, like in the 50-hour package, which is probably won't be that much. But just for example, on that one,
And then on the Office 365 administration, so it'd be $20 per user on the government rate, correct?
yes, and then what I was looking at with that, because the way the Office 365 does it now, they do it a little bit differently for government. So what I was originally going to do is set you guys up with just regular Office 365 at your .gov domain.
Okay.
Because that's what it looks like what they offer now.
Okay. And then the Office 365 administration, for 35 to 50 accounts, you have $350. Is that a month, a year? What is that fee?
So this is just a rough estimate. This would be like, would be per month. But that's not the right.
She originally quoted 350, but she says it's not the right price.
350.
Sorry about that.
Nope, that's all right.
That would actually be $150 a month.
150 a month, okay. Okay.
Because I'm starting.
151.
And
151.
the difference between the two is, the administration is just for me to do updates and things like that. Or if you call me up and you email added or anything, any small things like that, or if you have an employee leave and you need to make them out of the system or.
Okay. Okay, is there any other questions you guys have?
With the server and per device fees, is that just covering basically updates on those machines? Is that why you have then a separate hourly rate for any particular issue that arises that's not included with those monthly fees?
Did you hear Councilman Edwards?
I think, what do you think?
Okay, so he's asking about clarification. So under the network management and the server management fees, and then you have an hourly, or there's the hourly. So it's network and server fees, that covers updates and any issues with those. And then if there's anything beyond that that falls under the hourly rate type stuff. Did I get that correct? Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
So this would be like if you're having an issue with your laptop or something that has to do separate from server network, those would be hourly package.
Okay. So outside of the normal updates and just maintaining them, then anything else that you have issues with, then go into the hourly or a package or rate.
What's included in the per device?
What is included in your per device management?
So what that is then each one of your devices, I will keep them up to date and then also manage security on them as well. So, and the security software that I typically use and then set up to run scans and use is Malwarebytes. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the device management too, it also allows me, so if you ever have a lost computer or something like that, the device management also allows me to wipe the device, just so that way no confidential information is getting out where it should be. So it allows me to help you guys manage your devices. If that makes sense.
So you're using a mobile device management system there. Is that Malwarebytes as well, or is Malwarebytes just the antivirus?
I figured I heard like mobile device management, and that was about it.
Yeah, so you're using a mobile device management system in order to remotely take and wipe those computers, I'm assuming?
Yep, that's correct. And I use what's called Hexnode, and I use Hexnode to manage the devices.
Okay. So Texnode for the MDM and then Malwarebytes for the antivirus security component.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I think we got all our questions answered. Thank you.
Excellent. Let me know if you guys come across together.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Thank you much. Good night.
Yeah, you too.
Before we dig too much more into that, I will order pizza because I'm getting hungry.
So-
And we haven't even gotten to fire yet and I need to eat. So any like yays, nays, pepperoni and some like meat lovers, I'm just gonna order
Cheese pizza, hot Murphy's,
Murphy's.
John's, whatever.
John's,
Say-
yeah.
We don't have oven, we can't do oven.
I just want something to help.
Something without pepperoni. So I can do like a cheese and a meat lovers. Would that work?
The pepperoni eats me up.
Okay.
I'll have to order my truck for rolls.
Copy. Heartburn galore. Does it have to be from Papa John's? Can I just do pizza?
John's.
Domino's? Gross. Yeah, Domino's is disgusting. The Papa John's is like, meh, but I'm like a Pizza Hut person.
I hate Pizza Hut.
What?
I think that whoever's ordering is
Like if, I mean, if I was working on the farm tractor needing to grease a bearing, I would order pizza.
Exactly, that's why you get Pizza Hut. Grease.
Whatever.
Oh, so if you slide.
I do Papa John's, exactly the deal.
Oh, I don't care.
Papa John's is my favorite.
Oh my God, okay.
They're all the Little Caesars.
Yes.
That's the favorite in my house too, is Papa
You don't like
John's.
Little Caesars?
There's nothing better than $5 in and out.
I know, and they have good pizza too.
When I was a kid.
No.
Of course, I like Domino's too, but I don't like the new Domino's food crap. I like the old Domino's.
Yeah.
Put all the crap on
Yeah, old Domino's.
it. You can still get it special. If you get the deep dish cheese pizza, you can ask without the crap they put on it.
Cause like, yeah, cause I
You remember when-
used to like Domino's back in the day and then they
Yeah.
changed everything.
Then
and I
they said,
haven't
oh, we're making it better and more tasteful.
Nope.
And I'm like, yeah, you ruined it.
235 Curtis, right?
Yeah, don't be sending it to the neighbors.
You won't get it.
Hey, did we decide how many users roughly?
I'm in the ballpark of 70.
70 users?
And that's high.
17 for upstairs, 35 for the fire, and we gave you 14.
So.
We have a lot, because all of
Plus-
us.
That's 66.
66.
Yeah, I
So
figured
like
something
that.
20 counting the water plant, PW and us.
One thing to look at though is, I don't know if everybody's the same, but we're all on E3 accounts, which have the full system with Office and actually downloadable Office. I can go in my home computer, log in 365 and install Office on my home computer with the account access we have. They do make lower level accounts. And like, I don't know if you're, all of your volunteers, if they just need an email address or they need all of those extra pieces.
Well, I know we do try to use Google Calendar.
Google's free. It's
Or the calendar doc on the email stuff.
there just might be some potential.
Other than that, I don't think there's really any more than just it's a contact for getting out.
So you don't send any spreadsheets or any Word docs that we have to open up? No.
No, ours is strictly an information.
Potentially some savings that could be happening there.
The only one that we would is like the calendar. Send that out and people can add to it or whatever, but it's
I don't want chocolate chip cookie, I just
Not-
want another pizza.
not everybody. A lot of the guys over there are volunteers.
That's what I'm just thinking, if you had the more expensive one for the full-time officers, and maybe the volunteers were able to cut down to a lower rate email account, and save off the $20 a month. The other thing I think that's a big potential plus to this that we have to look
Can you
at,
do me a favor?
we have to get Scott
Can you
involved.
send me the?
If we went with something like this, we want to have some sort of board that we're paying for the security of the devices and things like that. So that way,
Yeah.
we also have some sort of
I had it.
protection.
Yeah.
If something, you were to have a breach or something like that, you got some sort of security protection in place.
Malware might.
Well, and with that,
I
would
use
some of
that
that
for
maybe
free.
include,
I do too.
would some of that include like a recovery, you think, in there?
And more along the lines of thinking, liability. You know, is what I'm thinking. So, you know, what she's offering, yeah, there's not enough money to cover her
Well,
to take care of it.
and I know that Warren was offering a liability at
So that
one
might be
time.
something, well, yeah, well, actually, we have the warm coverage.
And I wanted, I tried to get it a couple of years ago, and
I can tell you one
I was-
time, could be really expensive.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
That's just
I
plus
would-
having somebody manage the system.
I would like to look at it again. I know that I was shot down a few years ago when it first came about.
Yeah, definitely something I would want to look at.
Meat lovers and cheese, right?
Sure.
Some tissue to go last next time.
Get scared.
He said there's gonna be pizza, everybody will be happy. So he was smart.
So in my notes so far, I have that we've knocked overtime down to 25 and added that 12th officer in the salary. Is that correct?
So, well, you,
I think right now was a go to the chief and go back and get some input from the people. So
So
either,
that's potential.
yeah, either we drop the 12th officer and leave the overtime at 50K and drop the raises, or we leave the 12th officer and drop the
the overtime.
overtime and raises. So basically it equals a savings of $62,000 or a savings of $67,000, depending on which way.
Okay.
How do I just, are you the guys that make the
And then I
most money?
have printing
The ones that low.
dropped down to what we had budgeted last year and 33,250.
That's what great.
I don't know if we
Yeah,
have a
they-
decision on it.
Years where you say something.
And what?
Printing.
We did not make a decision on printing. We kind of tossed around with it, but we did not.
The only decisions we made.
No
so far-
decisions. We didn't make a decision. We did not make any suggestions, excuse me.
The only decision we made so far was that person, 5K off of.
Joe, are you
Suggestions.
Councilmember Jim?
Suggestions.
Joe?
And we
Councilmember.
suggested 9K off
Yeah.
of equipment.
Yes. Sorry.
I did 9K up,
Okay, I re-emailed it, Joe.
Thank you.
which would put that at,
It is, I went ahead and wrote it down.
The cell.
Oh,
All
sorry.
everything up.
Miscellaneous, no, 9K was that, 5K was that at 9K. Okay.
oh, I'm on vehicle expenses. Or.
Equipment expenses, we dropped that one 9K, we did 18.
18.3, that's where it was, okay, thank you.
Hurry. That's part of
Still
the.
digesting.
So, it's going to the printing part. So, we're definitely gonna have a lot of warning booklets, and I love the code books that the officers have with them in the car. That's something that we won't have to replace a whole bunch of, because they can use the same one, unless they lose it, correct?
The statute, so the little pocketbooks are updated every year, because every year the legislature has,
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
yeah.
Okay. How much do you think he spent this last year in like the flat bracelets and the little things for?
So the slap bracelets were 250 or 300, I can't remember exactly. It was right in that range. I think it was 325. Okay, so have a lot of stuff upstairs. So we did, so the
Who
warning
did
books.
you order them through, like? We ordered them?
I've slept since then.
Is it quality logo products, positive promotions?
I was gonna say positive promotions or.
No, it wasn't positive promotions, because it was that online outfit that they wanted, like, the PO from you guys and stuff, and I said, you either can place the order, I'm gonna go elsewhere, and say, place the order.
Quality logo products for 382 cents. And then creative product
I guess
stores for
I got the right-
17.50.
I said to have.
That's good to know.
One of them is the temporary tattoos,
No.
one of them is slapsticks, I don't remember which, so they're about just over the $300 range then, so it's 600, but I know the slapsticks wasn't enough, that's like,
Yeah, those went.
Where,
yeah.
what do you have left in the next, you're anticipating in the next 2 months?
So, outside of the wages,
No, for the printing,
Oh,
just sticking with the one.
so we just got warnings in. I don't think I have anything. So I just ordered some traffic criminal law books. That was 5 of them. Those are the master ones, not the pocket ones, because everything we had was like 5 years old. So they were roughly $345.
So only puts us at $1,800 expense so far.
Yeah, I think there's something missing in the line item though, because we did warnings twice in the budget, and that's $250 or $300 some dollars.
You do those through us.
Yeah, one city. So I know when I was going through my, because I keep a little cheat sheet, a little folder downstairs, that said PO and vendor and the amount, and I was like $400 within the line item budget.
March,
So you're,
March, you did an order to Oil City for 20603.
So 206, okay. A little less than.
so you, according to your records, you spent this time.
It should just be about right there by what's in my thing. I can run downstairs and grab it real quick.
It's not a big deal, I just, with this, I was seeing that you're raw under, so I was gonna propose that we buy some of those little knick-knack things with the left excess to be able to drop your budget.
I'm gonna take a peek at my iPhones, make sure they're still.
Say, break.
Yeah, mine's gonna be that too. My darn kiddo,
Oh, mine too. Oh, no.
She
I
knocked-
was
she knocked my iPad off the ledge, and when it fell, it broke the charge cord. So I ordered a new charging cord, and it's not gonna get here for like 2 more weeks.
Mhm. I realized mine's about to die too. Might have to bail us out and print off, like, see. Might have to bail us out and print some sheets off, because my iPad's about to die too. We're all,
Oh,
I can just,
Well,
well, social
no. In PT, I
distancing.
get the fire department for you guys.
no, we only need the fire department.
Said, yeah, if need be, I can figure the fire department.
I only got 12%.
What are they?
Samsung Micro.
Do they work on a wireless charger? That's all I
I was gonna
have.
say, I've got a wireless.
I bet I could go to the station and find a couple.
That's a charging.
You know, I might have one in my purse.
I wouldn't say it's a USB-C, but it almost kind of looks like
I really run in my car, I have a phone charger.
And I've got one in my purse.
All night.
I just switched to Samsung.
Do you keep yours in your purse? Yeah, I do.
it is a USB-C Lexi.
Oh,
Do you have a C?
yeah, I have the,
Because his is dead.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not a micro USB, it's that USB. I don't have a Q.
Yeah, it's like a iPhone one. I can get creative.
That's why we don't have anything.
This is why we don't have that shit. Oh, God. It's not me, it's my kids. It's all right. Chad, you're on paper, all the rest of us are dying.
Well, I knew I couldn't keep track. Unless I had my full laptop in front of me, I had no chance. And even then, I probably needed multiple screens.
My laptop's good.
It just confuses me when you get too many screens. I don't know what to look at.
Don't come, well, you've seen my office.
Yeah.
I've got probably at no time less than 5 screens running around my desk.
I only got 2. And that's, sometimes it's not enough, but I'm pretty content with 2.
I have 3 on my main computer and then usually 2 to 3 more computers. Like this.
IT guy.
Yes,
So confused.
I believe
No,
it's
not.
That's why I would be like, I get confused with the one that I have.
I just have tabs, so I can focus on two things at once.
Yeah, see, I got
Who's the lowest right at the moment?
whoever, I got a C charger and I plugged it into my laptop, but she knows,
Now, I'm not dead yet, I still have about 23%, I'd say.
Joe's
So I
dead.
think you're dead, okay,
Yeah.
that's gonna be a problem.
No.
Cause I've got a short,
Plug it into the floor and.
Say there's an extension, you go back there.
Do we have to leave the YouTube running the whole, like, we take a break to eat? Okay.
yeah.
I'm
Um,
right about
okay, let me find an
I guess
extension.
I was pretty
2,000-ish.
anywhere.
Let me find an extension for you.
So,
currently expended,
so is where it should be.
now it's 400 for books. Was that right?
So the books I just bought were 70 apiece for about 5. And then, so that's on top of all that. Around 2,000.
They give you notifications. That's the only thing I like about
That
Pop
includes
Shots.
books?
Including
Okay.
books. Yeah, that's what I've got here, so.
You've got basically 3,250.
So let's drop it to like 2,000 dollars.
Well, I was thinking, I mean, if you think you can, I was thinking about spending your remaining 1,250 out of this current year for, or do you think you're gonna need that to get the animal control ready?
I would rather use it toward, so I'm gonna send out a text message to the entire department about some considerable stuff on position versus spray stuff. But if we go with the 12th officer position, I would rather use it towards the things to do that, rather than printing, if that makes sense. So we can probably drop it some. We can get this out.
I really don't think I'd wanna go below what you're currently budgeted
Right.
because of the additional new stuff that's gonna need to be added.
Yeah, so the additional, and I do want to buy more of the slapsticks than I did with those farther. So
Yeah.
if we,
Yes, I can find a different extension.
You need another court. We have some.
Just a different
if we were like $4,000 for now.
She did the flip.
If we dropped it to 4, that would actually save 1,750.
Oh, you learned that. So far, it seems to be working. I'm just pulling off my computer.
Okay, so both charges?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm up to 1%.
See if I can get that.
I got 1%.
At least you're
So you
positive.
can let me know.
I'm glad you said something, Joe. I didn't even realize that mine was that. That low.
Are you charging?
Well, sitting here,
I'm charging off my computer. I plugged it into my laptop. It's,
the budget for the fire department, and all of a sudden my screen went black.
Are
Oh.
you doing okay with that? Yeah, for maybe once. Okay.
The back door's still unlocked. Do you want me to lock that?
No, probably not. No.
Were we able to get that continuing line down to 3 or down to what we had before?
The chief conceded to 4.
4?
Conceded before.
4 okay.
4,000, which would drop us 1,750 in that one
Yeah.
what,
on printing.
stand by one. He conceded $4,000.
Yeah, instead of the 5,750 it is right now.
Oh, okay.
So
we're taking 1,750?
correct.
Okay. Some email.
I was concerned with dropping below current year budgeted with adding Metro on and are national things, so I think we're gonna need some
Yeah.
stuff to educate.
That I just wanted to-
Look at her. Look at you go.
You know where all the good stuff is.
Yeah, 37, 5
String them together. Hard.
When we put our engine in the crate, we had to put all of the lights to the generator, so we have a whole bunch of 6-foot cords running all over.
I'm good, thank you. As long as Chad doesn't mind us reading that direction, I can.
No.
I have a mask in my car as well. I think I got one, but they just need to be plastic. Thank you, Mark.
I really feel like this was gonna be. Sure. Online. Well, at least you didn't get me seeing my face. Just sitting here. So I was like, giving Mark stuff and have my cookies. Like, what?
I would also like to go back over, some of the trainings that you have coming up. And see if there's any way that we can wiggle, like the lodging and meals, or anything like that. Yeah. Because trainings are very important.
I got a broken bar.
So, under the animal control and community service, those are gonna both be out of state. Either Colorado or Utah, they're gonna have to travel, so we have at least, animal control in Colorado is 5 days, and, or Utah is the same class, it just depends on which state you go to, so an hour drive time and whatever the rates are when they're there. And then the community service side of it, or code enforcement is in Colorado, and that's another week-long class. So,
Don't correspond with each other, do they?
no.
Of course not.
Of course not.
If they were the same agency, they probably would, but unfortunately, no. So those right there, the investigative stuff, so when we look at those, most of that stuff is out of state, Colorado, Utah. I didn't see anything that Casper's looking to do, like bringing PCT or any of that stuff here. Custody control is gonna be in Douglas, so there'll be limited travel, but there will be some lodging, you have to either pay a cabin or hotel, depending on what's going on with things, some food costs with that. Your in-tox operator is in Casper. Report writing is a guy that's coming here. So we don't necessarily have lodging, but we do have the expense of bringing him here. And then crash investigation used to be in Guernsey, it will now be in Cheyenne because they've moved the Wyoming Highway Patrol training facilities to LCCC. So that's a week-long class there. Traffic incident management, if the Highway Patrol lieutenant can teach it here, that's local. Drive under 100, depending on where it is offered, that's for our new officers. So if I see it like in Douglas, it's a 1-day class. So if it's Douglas, we don't have lodging travel, but if they don't have them there, then we have to send them farther. I don't know if they'll have any this year in Casper. Can't balance it. Firearms instructor is going to be 3 weeks, 2 different sessions in Douglas. So there'll be some travel and some lodging to that. The ammunition needed for that's already been purchased in this budget. But because of COVID, we got pushed out. So for him to get through it, he has to do advance first, which is a week. And that's what we can do this spring. But now it's been pushed.
Okay, because you had that already scheduled for somebody, right?
I did.
Okay.
That was in this budget. However, because of COVID, because so our new officers, I talked to Academy yesterday about when we can get them through down there. They're not even accepting applications through the end of May. They don't even know if they'll be open up in June to start taking officers' names to send down there. I did talk with Casper because they're going to do their own academy up here starting at the end of June. Don't know. I kind of got mixed feelings about that with them because I suspect they don't want to charge us, where if we send them to the academy, not so much of the charge for us. So that's up in the air for us right now. So that's some of that stuff. So like investigation. So the PATC, they generally have instructors. Unfortunately, Wyoming's not the hot spot for them to come here unless an agency sponsors it. Due to all the COVID, I know most of our big agencies probably won't be bringing these type of folks in. So if you look at child abuse investigation, elderly abuse investigation, and those specialty classes, they'll either have to go to Utah or Colorado. The academy is great to send people to for basic training and like firearms stuff, but outside of the academy, most of the time you go to the academy and then you come back and then, like Casper is sitting and they have a whole extra month. They retrain them because not everybody likes what goes on at the academy. Like an example, when I went to the academy for basic peace officer, I had 300, 400 stops under my belt before I ever got there, and the guy trying to tell us how to do a traffic stop had never worked a day on the street. So, yeah, so it's not really spoken in error, but most agencies you send an academy in basics. They do have some advanced stuff if you're in like corner basic hostage stuff, that's not stuff we're doing here. So.
So like looking at per diems and stuff, going down to Denver area, about $200 a night, is that right? So
Ish.
$1,000 for these 5-day trainings.
So if you take, so I was figuring about $25 a meal, because I think even, it seems like you can go to Taco John's for $25 anymore. You know, when we go to Kentucky Fried Chicken and the 4 of us, it's almost $50 by the time you just buy like a chicken, mashed potatoes, and coleslaw. So I was looking at $25 a meal average, so that's $75. And the average room, as long as you're not in the dive, seemed to be about $150, $160. So $225-ish a day if you're at $150 for the room. Sometimes you get better rates in Utah versus Denver, but how do you know? Because I can tell it's the point of that class. So at $225 times 5, that's $825, and then your fuel, so you're $1,000. So if you take animal control person, right there's $2,000 for that 2 classes they go to. And so when you take, so like your investigative stuff, there's at least 3 classes there, so there's 5. And our report writing guy is going to be about $3,000 for him to come in to teach, and everybody in our department will go through that. I will also put it up for other agencies to send officers to. So we can, maybe, I'll ask. Our traffic incident, if we get the local guy to do it, we don't have anything there. So your fire, so anything at the academy is $25 a day for their housing of things. And I forget, is it $5 a meal? I think it's five. It's been so long since we've had a builder, but it's cheap, but, I mean, yeah, people go there, they don't really like it, but it is what it is. So I think it's like $35 a day. So at roughly 15 days, $925 at the academy expense, when you have that one. And then our drive under 100 is hard to say because I don't know where they're all going to be offered throughout the year. And then there's a few other classes I know will be coming up that people are either going to need to go to or want to go to in some fashion. Our new people, I have some online stuff, but that's not going to be part of the travel and that stuff. It would be in-based.
Did that all add up?
Training is expensive anymore, unfortunately. So,
The ones that you're sending people out for, they're needed. They're definitely justified. I'm looking at it from like allowability
right.
kind of mindset.
Oh, there's,
Reasonable is
I mean,
justified. It
I
is.
try to keep the list simple because, you know, we're under budget. And, I mean, there's so many freaking classes out there. You know, EVO instructor, probably something that we need to look at, but it won't be in this year's budget, obviously. It's like the custody control, that's at the academy, that's a 2-week thing. So at 35 times 10 days, it's $350 on the minimum side to be down there for their lodging and food, while they're at the academy for that. Our intox operator, as long as they continue having the class here in Casper, will have lodging or any of that kind of stuff there. Lucky for COVID, it definitely screws some things up.
How come your vehicle line item is for 28 grand? 1051,782.
It'll show you 102,000.
That's budgeted, but current year actual
Oh.
28,441.
You have to ask her.
Alexa,
Let
question.
you tell you where it's at.
Because we have probably up 30,000 for the vehicle, right?
782, you said?
Yes, 1051,782.
Yeah, we're at 118,400.
Oh, so you.
Yeah, because of the animal control.
And what does that comprise of for next year? Is that the leases?
Yeah, the 102 is for the current leases and the upcoming leases. I have in mind for it. So we have, so the current Durango being built, which we should have had in this budget because of COVID, it's pushed out. So that now will fall under next year.
Okay.
And
I'll
then the bid we just put out, well then, of course, we won't start seeing billing for that until, you know, in the fall sometime. In fact, probably both of them, I imagine the rate they're going to be.
Because
fall.
right now, 5, we're looking at about 57,000 a year for the 5.
The 5.
What I'm getting at primarily is if, pray we do end up getting some sort of relief, one-time money from the state or the federal government or something like that, if we could potentially pay leases off to reduce that operating budget for that. Basically stick with one-time money paying for an item but then also in turn being able to reduce that budget amount, so.
For future.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. Again, that's down the road, so we don't have to see that right now.
Yeah, just for the 5, it's twice a year we pay 28,441 each time, so about 57. I'm happy to do it.
I'm happy. I'm happy you're willing to eat, but
No, I lost me here somewhere. 57 grand for the 5. So that's just over half of what we've got here. So where's the other?
The 5 current ones, the 4 chargers and 16 there, but we have 2 more fixed to come in. So we know. Yeah.
Still think that's a little high.
Well, so you take the cost of the vehicle, which is 27,000. I mean, so it's 50,000. The outfits to those, which is
Yeah, what would you
So-
say, 36, so let's just figure 72 total.
so that's why some of that was in there. It's like, and I don't know if you want to put the outfits in the lease, but when I was looking at
That's what we did with the
so
other ones.
numbers, so I was like, I was figuring it now. If you get different numbers that are better.
Oh, no, if you were doing it that way, then you're accurate, but before we had done everything under the
Right.
lease.
So I was doing outfits and then the vehicle lease.
Okay,
That's why I said.
so you're purchasing the outfits outright and then just leasing the vehicle itself.
So we're doing it a little.
That's why I
That's,
said
yeah,
the purchase cost.
right, because if we purchase them outright on the outfits and then lease should be lower, spread out over time. But we can do it the other way. I mean, if you'd rather put it all in the lease,
Oh, I'm good either way.
I don't, it
Whatever
doesn't,
you guys would like.
yeah, I don't, it doesn't matter to me.
I'd like to know what
What?
that cost change would be for us. You know, if we do roll the outfits into the lease, we're able to drop that budget amount by 20 grand. You don't have to answer now, I'm just,
I'm gonna look at, kind of what we have right now, what we think. I think the Chargers was 33 or 35 a piece that we leased.
Right. And, yeah, because they were, we put the radios in them. And then we did the cameras, radar, we did the outfit of that stuff, and then we added just a few extra lights. We did the mirror lights and the grill, and that was baseline. The Durangos, because the only thing we'll be able to carry over is our camera, radar, radio. Maybe the gun locks, depending on how that stuff goes in. So I looked at, we might be able to take like the light bar and the controller off of these boards, but that's only going to depend on whether we can get the brackets, if they still make them for the little light bars. So if anything, the controller, everything else is going to be up there. So we'll be, so the one's going to be 23,000 is what it is, but we already have the camera here. So that the Wrangler being built, we have the camera here, I have the radio here. So the install and lights and everything else will all be through WAC. So it's getting new stuff. So this one we just did the bid on, we can carry over the radio, camera, radar, and there's still have to be a new camera radio. That said, if the feds don't alter my grant numbers, the state told me I have a approved $43,000 radio grant, but we can't really plan on it until the feds decide what they are doing, if they approve it or not. So the state level approved it for us. Now we're just waiting on the federal government. So
So you're thinking outfitted, each one will be 7, or both of them will be 72, or is that
So-
without outfitting?
all right, so the outfitting is between 20 and 23,000
A piece?
a piece. Oh yeah, that stuff's not cheap anymore either. I remember when you could do it for $1,000, and anymore, it's ridiculous. So one thing that'll help us on the second Durango is we won't have to use whack out of grieving. The first one I've already set in motion, and they have everything they're waiting for it to show up. We can use Rocky Mountain Warehouse, who's a code-free vendor now for lights and sirens and that stuff. So we don't have to travel, and Dean's been pretty good about cost to us and stuff. So that should save some money. So I'm figuring 20-ish right now, but until we get closer to that vehicle being here, it's hard to.
Well,
So-
just rough idea, we're sitting at 110 for 2 vehicles.
Yeah, so like, what was bid, 26, 26.3, and then if you add roughly 20,000, so that's 46.3 for that vehicle. And the other one was 27 or 28, I think it was 28,
Yeah, I think it was around.
20, I'll say 28.5, give or take, and then you got the upfit of about 23. Times. We mentioned it, plus that's about 51.5, and then graphics are $900,000, so $2,000 for graphics is cheap. Shirts and more does great stuff.
Over 100 grand.
So 100 grand.
100 grand.
And it's, I guess it depends on how far we push out on the lease stuff. I mean, because you can do 2-year, 3-year, 5-year, 7-year.
Like to stick around with 3 years.
So, yeah, so 3 years.
I think the charges are.
What does that take us payment wise?
We've got them, so we're about halfway, I think, through the Chargers in. Quite.
If they're 3 years, the bottom in October 18.
19, so we're almost a year and a half.
September of 21 will be our last payment schedule.
September next year. So I guess going back to 400 or roughly, so as of this one you gave me, 5-1. But you
There's
guys
so many
don't have.
numbers everywhere.
I know, numbers are everywhere. So with going off that number, I had 453,525 left in the budget as a whole, not by each line, but as a whole. And that was pre the truck, but that's now paid for. So taking out that potential salaries and stuff put us at 200,000. So do you think we're gonna have enough money coming into the town to still have that potential for this budget on the PD side by the June 30th?
Prefer not to spend all of your budget because we went
Right.
in upside down, so.
Well, what I'm asking is, because obviously there's other departments and stuff, so I'm looking at if there's that much of a surplus when we get into June, would there be enough money to pay off some of these vehicles still? That's what I'm asking. Is there gonna be enough revenue?
So what I've got for that really is if you've got $58,000 currently as the payments. Worst case scenario, if we were in a 3-year amortization on 100 grand out at 5% portable interest, that's
About-
$36,000.
We're at 3%.
Yeah.
We pay our semi-annually, so,
So that's probably better.
yeah. Like on the one charge, our interest that we'll pay is 1732. Off of 33.
So I come up with 30 grand that way. So
That's what
30 grand plus the PAs is 80 grand or potentially. Current situation and what we can say, so, sorry.
You're good.
We can catch back up after
She's
you're
got her.
done. You just saw a $13,000 savings. So what we were discussing
We're just hearing about the lease vehicles, kind of where we're at.
the leased vehicles in Chief's budget amount, he had put these 2 new vehicles coming up, leasing them, purchasing the equipment.
Okay.
I can't recall, the outfit of the equipment.
Okay.
Where what we did is just calculate really roughly if we were to not purchase the equipment and roll that into the lease. And maybe basically put that on the vehicle lease at a 3-year term.
It's gonna save us money in the long run, so.
It wouldn't in the long run if we go to term, of course, anytime you're gonna spend that
Oh,
money
no.
to lease. But the short term, we could reduce that budget amount by $13,000 this year by pushing that expense out across the 3 years of the lease. However-
Very minimal.
I was gonna say our interest rates are pretty
Interest
low.
rates are good. And the other thing that I was mentioning is if maybe this were to come up, that we do get some assistance from the state or federal with going through this stuff, the one-time payment, perhaps that could be applied to something like this with the vehicle purchasers. And not maybe just police, but anywhere else, where we can purchase that item and reduce our budget amount as a one-time spend.
Well, and that gives us, I mean, if we do run it to term, I mean, it gives us a little time to guess why everything is.
That was my thought, is we're spreading it out, we're not adding, I can't remember
As
what my
long as we're
calculation
doing it,
was,
we might as well take advantage of it.
because the annual interest rate is,
So consensus, input, rather than a 12th position, our first shift type thing.
it's not gonna be a lot for that, the annual upkeep, for the interest that we're paying on it, but being able to save that money in this current budget and spread it out, then if things get better, we can always apply. We don't have to take it a term, we can always pay it off.
Consensus is everybody else right as well, but I want everybody to.
Just a thought, in order to find a savings.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chad.
And I'm really hoping if we do get some kick money somewhere, that, we can use that.
Well, that's why there's so much, I mean, there's talking about, there's COVID reimbursements, they're talking about, what the different governments are gonna do as far as distribution goes.
Well, right now, the only problem is with the CARES Act money, it's all reimbursement for money spent dealing with COVID. So unless you are incurring costs for that, that money doesn't
Which we are keeping track
do
of.
good.
It's a-
Well,
I mean, it's a
they're
little
not
bit.
gonna- They're not gonna cover all the costs, they're gonna cover the cost of, like, the guys that were at DOC, anybody that's called in for overtime because of COVID that works. If Mike wrote any policies, anytime he spent, I need time that you spent working on COVID. Any reimbursements on Lysol, Clorox wipes, the bleaches, things like that. What they're wanting to do is run everything countywide, because we have to take a 25% hit. So if we run everything countywide, then Casper, Natrona County has soft costs, that they can take the 25% on. So our chances are better that we'll get reimbursed everything that we spent.
But this is just for the CARES Act stuff. What I'm hoping is that we see something coming along the lines for the lost revenues.
Because right
Which-
now, there's nothing for like the taxes that you're.
Right, because that's what's really hitting us. What we're spending on COVID is minimal. It's the lost revenues that we're seeing is the big impact.
Which there's a special legislative session coming up that I think that's gonna be one of the topics.
Yeah, I think there's that. I think there's gonna be more coming down the road. So
Well, we don't-
that's where I'm going with this, is that maybe if something pans out later, that we can use it to help offset. But right now, we can't count on it.
Right, right.
The consensus is 12 officers.
Excuse me?
Don't count your chickens.
No.
You guys hear that? So that's a 67,106.29.
So we're cutting overtime in half and then taking that 42, whatever out.
Yep. We want that officer.
Tell the officers we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
They said they would rather have officer safety. So, which makes sense.
Well, like I said, if things get better, we can look at down the road. If revenues come up, we can always do a special session and do a budget amendment.
Well, and the thing with the overtime is if revenues come up, that means things are gonna be busier, and if things are gonna be busier, there's gonna be a higher demand for the officers, so it's gonna be kind of a, the justification,
So
for the meetings will be there.
what are we, the vehicle line again?
102.
We're still at 102?
Yeah, we just discussed the possibility of being able to drop it 13 grand by doing the entire lease.
Yeah.
As we
And,
discussed it.
We haven't made
so,
a suggestion.
okay, so while we're in that discussion, with 12 officers, we either need to fix Cassidy's vehicle for 2,500 and hope that we don't have any other issues significant with it. Or what do you want to do with that particular vehicle?
I like the idea of rolling the outfitting into the lease, and then, I really hate to say this because of that vehicle, fixing it.
Then we have,
I know that,
I don't want to have to put any more money. I mean, the vehicle's worth $5 grand, but that's me. So we spend $2,500 fixing it, it's half the vehicle cost. And then if we have another issue, so like the PTU, so we've had 2 now. One was warranted luckily because that was the 17, and so that didn't cost us any money. And purely speculation, I didn't, think that we'd have PTU issues at least, and I didn't think we would have steering column issue. I've never had a vehicle in my lifetime that has a steering column issue in my life. So, but these vehicles they're hard used. They get, I went through a pothole up here, Come and Go today, or not Come and Go, Wolf and Judge. Holy hell.
sorry, you stopped on the side of the road?
No, that was a whole different reason. I was out doing traffic today.
Oh, yeah?
But, so I didn't see the pothole because the guy was trying to pull over, he went over it. And because where I was positioning my vehicle, I caught it with the tire. Ooh, heck. So I guess we gotta decide what's in best interest. We spend $2,500 and hope we don't have any other issues. And I'm gonna say hope because that's what we're doing, because we don't know what may or may not happen to that vehicle in the next 12 months. I don't know.
man, these cop cars.
Yeah.
Can we replace it with a bison?
Summer.
One of those
We
like,
could get a Harley.
I was
She's
thinking,
ting, ting,
like,
ting.
put some like blue and white tassels on the inside.
I mean, yeah, cop cars get used hard because of the nature of the job. Some of the issues, speaking of, so I had a conversation with one of the cast lieutenants today. They're having similar issues with their Ford SUVs that we were having some rental agency having this issue. So some of it was past either abuse or neglect in the maintenance of the vehicles. Some of it is the design build, puts a water pump internally on an engine, I don't know. So I don't know. I think it's a combination of years of some neglect, some hard use, and design all festered in one splinter that we're now dealing with. I just don't want us to be in a Crown Vic setting again where we've got guys and they're trying to go town hall, because Janelle needs some code here, because they got someone really person in it.
The car guys.
Guys in the middle of the street, and they have to start it or.
Well, the
hook it
drives
the
in
rest of the way,
reverse.
or drive in reverse, or they had to push it off on the side of the roads one day. That's my concern, because if we have cars that aren't maintained, obviously, the community has an expectation that when they call, we're gonna respond. I think that's a part of the equation that we need to consider when we look at, do we keep putting money into it, hope we have no more. As we look at the vehicle expense line, we dropped it back to 14,
13 off of it, so.
we were at 17,
1389,
No,
so,
just 13.
13 flat.
Yeah, that would be 89.5.
yeah. And as you know, this current budget, that went away pretty quick when all these other things started springing up, so, I don't know.
What's your oldest lease has 2 years left, is that correct? Year and a half?
So, so my thoughts, I know that every officer has their own car, so I'm just throwing this out there. But we're bringing on, how many new hires right now? We just sworn 2.
2, we have 1 in June, we have advertised 1 more. I have a cheat sheet.
So, and how long is it before they're supposed to get a take-home car?
Policy, I think, says 12 months. For I take home cars.
So, I mean, if we're writing out leases on a couple here, my thoughts, I know as much as I'd love to get a new vehicle, like, why can't the new officers share a vehicle? Because they're not taking it home. I mean, it's not like it's a personal,
Double-edged swords to, yes, they can, for one. The second part is, and I'll use our mom thing. So when I say, hey, I need everybody here, I may not have, I don't need 2 guys in 1 car. I may need somebody here and here and here, and people going to buildings. And that's where we have to weigh that out. That's my concern if we don't have the vehicle officer. How many of those incidents are we gonna have? I can't plan for that. I mean, we had 2 last year that were significant. Are we gonna see more of that because we're gonna have high unemployment, high crime? I don't know. Maybe things are mellow and we don't have any of those.
So in a situation like that, what about the Ford Fusion?
Well,
Is that an absolute backup?
I mean, you could, but that particular vehicle is going to be still detective position. We have a need for that as we're having cases and things building. So at some point in the next month and a half, one of our senior people, whether it be Cassie or Nelson, Newsome, is going to move into detective as a rotational position. So that patrol unit will then open up. So
So
as
we're
I
gonna need 11 patrol units?
need 11, unless you want me to be completely admin chief, and I'm okay with that. But I don't like being an admin chief, so.
So when you're counting 12, you're counting 12 plus you
Right,
for a
No.
total of,
total 12,
total of 12.
myself, so it'd be 10 primary patrol officers, which gives you 2 days, 2 nights, and then the shift supervisor, which is a swing shift. That way, if day shift has somebody who calls in sick, said supervisor can shift up, down, or if there's a significant, maybe both of them go sick. I mean, with COVID potentially coming back in the fall, who knows? So,
We've got 4 Chargers.
is the detective car outfitted with lights at all, emergency lights?
no, but I would like to put some minimal lights on.
So could that act as you're moving a detective, which is gonna free up a patrol unit, if you were to light that, would that?
That 4-cylinder will not hold up to a lights type concept. A 4-cylinder.
Well, okay, like,
So, I have the cheat card here.
we could get you an old, like, Bernie, who's that, who's the old cop? Is that, I'm thinking of where he pulls it out and sticks it on the roof?
So,
Barney Fife was never allowed to. get
Barney, there
close.
you go, yeah, see? Sorry,
So-
Jake.
what I have, so the first Durango that's being built, when it arrives, that I'm going to mix that vehicle. My Charger is going to drop down to Delta 9's badge number. That's new Officer Haas. Cassidy, is his vehicle's broke right now with the steering column, is in flat top 2014 SUV that has roughly 47,000, 45,000 or something like that, which was assigned to Wagner. Wagner's on maternity leave till like June 1st-ish, is my understanding, at the earliest. So what I've got is Newsom is an 18, we have Nelson in a 16, we have McGraw in a Charger, we have Bateman will be going into potentially Cassidy's if we fix this vehicle. And then Cassidy's going to move into the Durango being built as this bid just was approved. So his will then drop down to Delta 12's position. Wagner is going to move into the Chargers when she comes back. Duncan is already in a Charger. And or Dudley, one of those, either Dudley will end up in a Charger or an SUV 2017 that former officer Norcross is in. So we have, and then our community service truck, which is a whole separate issue. So we just either need to fix it or not fix it, one or the other. If we're gonna do 12, I would assume either fix it if we don't want to do a new vehicle, but we just have to be okay with anything that comes down the road. That's my concern. So if we're going to fix said vehicle, I would rather see us up that vehicle maintenance line a little more as a cushion. Doesn't mean we would necessarily have to spend the money, if that makes sense.
You would give that to a new guy,
Yes, that would go to a new guy.
and that would make you feel more. I'm thinking abuse and abuse and.
I like the idea of doubling them up for the short term until potentially we get some money, we can pay for one of those leases and enter another lease.
So we fix the vehicle, if it takes a crap on us, we double the guys up for the short term until
I would
we
agree
decide.
with that.
Because it shows, I mean, if we don't fix it, it's gonna sit here.
I'll get you a Barney light for the
So-
detective car, so we can.
Let's at least,
I really want to do that.
so let's at least fix it. And then if
I
it,
can live with that, and then if it dies, it dies, it is what it is until we
I
can
can live with that.
get a lease for a new
Okay.
vehicle. Because really my preference is to have that money to pay out a vehicle and keep the same amount.
Okay,
You start a rotation.
Yeah, start a rotation.
right.
I mean,
Pay
that's
it
really,
off before we start getting to.
And that's what I've been trying to work towards, so that as we are going through this, is you can buy it outright and outfit it for Norm's was what, 59,000? That's one vehicle outfitting outright, but then if we're paying for 5 of them at 57, what'd you say?
5 lease payments?
Right, 5
Oh,
lease
yeah,
payments
like
is
57,000.
57,000, so with, every year, you're doing 5, so we're obviously gonna spend so much per year.
yeah, but if we could get what
We
we're
could
doing
get
2 a year
29
for
this
over
one.
such a
Right.
period and rotate the entire fleet.
Yeah, so you
Well,
take,
that was our original plan,
Mhm.
when we first initially started this.
Before the Ford started having the
right,
engine problems.
Well,
I think we're still working towards that where we.
yeah, it's gonna take us time, I think.
So I
We won't
think-
have enough time.
So we consensus, fix it.
I
Fingers
think we-
crossed, if it craps,
Yeah, I think
We'll
we've got
double
the
up and
money
attack
left
it
over
that
in the vehicle expense right now to cover that cost for this current year, and then we'll just roll the dice.
Okay. I'll plan to facilitate that. That's a suggestion.
That's a suggestion.
Are we bumping down
We're bumping down the vehicle lease line
vehicle to 782,
we're taking 13 off.
13 on?
allegedly.
Allegedly, the suggestion.
No, none of this is it's all meaningless until we vote on the end products.
So we're down to 442,143.
Running out of areas to beat
Not
you up, I
bad.
guess.
I mean, we took almost 100,000 from the PD.
96 grand there, so. If we could just get that for every department.
Next time you're.
My budget would be gone.
I was like, well, crap.
The only problem is,
I won't be here for the next year. I won't be getting paid.
we took some hits last year, so.
Okay, well, I don't think anything else, or you think round one, or,
I don't know where else to go.
okay? I mean, we didn't get you too hard.
Shit.
We could write you down to like, what was it, a couple of years ago, 1.1? No?
And I already dropped it quite a bit.
We appreciate you, Chief. Hey, it's,
So we still left you at, 156. 16, 17, it was 1029.
Yeah.
like I said, we could drop them back down to like 1.1 and,
I don't know how. You gotta come out here to do that.
well, we're not going there.
We might have some vehicles recalled.
That could be fun.
See, the vehicle line item was 0 that year.
It was. See, that could get entertaining.
That said, there'll be a few things I need to order this month for 12 officer that I've been sitting on until we had this discussion.
That
One-
1,029,000, that's the year that we had to furlough.
Yeah, we don't wanna,
That wasn't
we're not
fun,
saying
yeah.
that's bad you do.
Yeah.
We're not talking that.
Yeah. That's why it's so low though.
I guess, Stu, if there's anything else that we can snatch up this year between now and Thursday that we could pay for this year outside of body cams or some of the things we can
Should we
do.
have till the end of the month? Correct?
No, we'll start our first reading.
No, what I mean is to buy it this year, we have to spend it this, or have the invoice this month, correct?
We have to pay it by the last meeting in June.
Last week of June.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's why by the end of May, know where you're going, so the invoices come in and get paid, so they can be in this year.
I would still take that for you, because I love the two of you so much.
It is now. You never bring us presents.
There's a hint of sarcasm in that.
I bring you lots of noise and laughter, mostly noise.
I say you bring noise.
And some laughter.
Yes.
And it usually makes me laugh, except for when you scare me outside.
Well, that's the fun part.
I got
That's
very
your
irritated.
entertainment. huh?
Between all of you guys, I'm gonna have a heart attack one of these times.
Okay, I will, facilitate whatever I can get in this budget to flow next budget. So,
Chad, did you get pizza?
No,
Are you gonna eat some pizza?
I need a piece.
Do we wanna take 5 minutes before we dig in the fire?
Sure, you are kind of prepare.
Hey, you want to put your block?
He's like, I've been,
2 hours.
he's been asking me questions the whole time.
He's already going, okay,
He's listening to you grill lemon, he's like, hey.
See, you should have went first.
No, I'm fine with second.
I'm gonna start bringing a butcher block to this, so we can pass the butcher block.
I got one that's on wheels, we push like a.
Weed cleaver,
Push around the meeting.
So,
Hey, Mike, what happened to 30 minutes?
Is that what he said he was gonna take?
Yeah.
Really?
well,
Hey, I think he did pretty good considering it's only 8:50.
last
And
year I was
last
what?
year it was like 11
It
when
was
we were
after
done with yours.
midnight.
Last
No,
year,
yeah,
I was 3 hours.
well, and last year, all we did was
Something
go
last
through
year,
his
so
budget, we didn't ask,
Wasn't it?
can we cut here?
We could deliberate until day 3.
Wasn't it like 3 hours? and
So
30
we're way
minutes last
ahead.
year?
Yeah.
Way ahead.
So I shaved off 30 minutes, see, I'm right, 30
No, you
minutes.
should, well, ish.
I had it for 30 minutes if you guys wouldn't have been butchering it.
I mean, it's now or in 2 days, Mike.
This isn't as complicated as mine.
I told Leo.
The only thing we could figure out to do with this was $1,000 in equipment expense.
Right. I mean, actually, the judge wouldn't have a budget if he didn't have the PD, because if we didn't have the PD, they wouldn't have any workload.
And the budget is always
So-
pretty, the judges is always pretty, like, yeah. This is what it
Cut
costs.
dry, cut dry.
And I gotta buy it from.
The other point, Mike, is we just try to get all the people that are watching board out of every shut off.
Before you come up.
I know.
Right, and they don't have to listen to me.
Yeah. I'm expecting to see you whimper a little bit on this one.
Do you?
Who, Mark?
Yeah.
Pull up your sleeves and bring a pillow.
You know, last year we only went through this, remember I told you, so let's be careful, just in case something bad happens. There came the virus.
I don't know. Well,
So you were a part of that.
try.
Well, that's actually the thing that scares me is that if you look at our actual revenues, I did some calculations earlier. And I think about our best case scenario would be 4 million for this year.
Would be what?
4 million in revenues, which you look at, we went into a strong year where the first 9 months were very strong. We're now going into a weak year. So I think optimistic is to think that we might hit or barely exceed that mark again this next year. So
Maybe we'll just be backwards. We'll go in skinny.
that best case scenario, we start weak and end up strong.
Yeah.
Whereas this last year, we started strong and ended up weak. So that's
Yeah.
a perfect scenario.
But that's the problem, you know,
This is a
you
guessing
can't,
game.
you can't.
No.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you guess, but you can't predict.
No.
You know. Although I did quite well on E-Trade, I predicted to sell everything on Monday and buy everything back on Wednesday and made money, so. And right now I'm 3% ahead, so, so I did predict that one.
I was in that group back when Halliburton dropped down to $10 per share at one time. I had a bunch of money and then, so I stretched it out and took some of that. Used it up off the darn fast, so I did.
Halliburton is hiring back in Texas already, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
Which caused their stock, so I bought their stock 2 weeks ago at $4.80 a share. They're 10 something today.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they've always been one that's come back.
Question is, how long does it last?
Well, that's it. I've been,
well,
That's the hard thing.
the 1 year when Dick Cheney became vice president and he had to sell his stock. I didn't get a raise that year. Nobody in Halliburton got a raise that year. Because he was putting all his money in the stock and he had like, I can't remember how many billions of dollars that Halliburton had to pay off. Well,
yeah.
that was pretty painful. And every time he'd come through through here, he wouldn't even stop at our yard, even though he's from Casper. I thought, what a pighead.
My guess is if Trump wins the election in November, we won't have a breakout of COVID in the fall. Of course, I don't know, maybe they will, because they're so dead set on collapsing our economy with Trump.
Right, so many more people have had it than they have a clue.
People are pretty fed up with this whole shutdown thing. There's a lot of dissension in America right now. There's a officer out of the Portland, Seattle area up there. Posted a video how he was talking about, officers taking, oath of the Constitution, didn't agree with the governor's orders, had a pretty good posting about it. And his command staff originally said, hey, great posting. 6 hours later, he was out of job, terminated because he wouldn't take the video down. Because in Washington State, if you defy a governor's order, you can't be a officer or something.
Yeah. It's
You're on that
It's
side.
just backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the images.
So that's quite the little thing going on. And then there's sheriffs back east saying, sorry, governors, doesn't work this way. New Mexico, Arizona, I mean, every state seems to be having sheriffs and stuff saying,
Yeah, I can just see your hat.
so.
So you gotta have a lean forward when you talk.
I wasn't just worried about this coronavirus, as I probably should have been, being on one of those ones with, asthma, COPD, a heart condition. I probably should have been more worried about it than anybody, but I can't.
What the heck?
Same thing with my wife. It probably would last longer than my wife, because she's even her immune system is even weaker than mine.
Everybody got one, so. The whole government body. Yeah, it was weird. I never heard of it.
I don't know if it's like credible or if it's like, I don't know, satire, or I didn't sit down and like read it, but
Yeah, I should give Joe and
it's like, what is this?
Sheena and Chad Bears.
If I go get some dirt and have it dumped in the alleyway behind my house, I wonder if any firefighters would like to come and bucket it up in my garden.
He doesn't look so sure about that.
I didn't think I'd get probably much of a response.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know if it's like a legit newspaper, if it's a satire, if it's,
I don't
so all the governing body got one of these.
Epic Times.
Or epoch. I don't,
Where's it coming from? Northern California edition.
answers that question.
My wife's gonna yell at me. She's from Northern California.
Just bring it home to the can, honey, look.
That's a good idea. Look what I got you.
Some memorabilia. Okay. They're saying it's like an actual newspaper, multi-language newspaper, media extension of the
Uh-oh.
Falun Gong new religious movement. The newspaper is part of the Epoch Media Group, which also operates New Tang Dynasty Television. It's headquartered in New York City. Manhattan.
We got somebody watching. We already got yelled at.
For its articles, the publication draws from a network within China.
Comment. My wife. I'll be sure that.
I know you can.
Exactly.
Busted.
Not even wait till I get home.
So you better go pick up flowers and chocolate.
A newspaper.
We were just talking about
From
that.
the lovely area of Northern California.
And they're based out of Manhattan, and they draw their news from Chinese sources and people living in the West. I don't know if it's, hey, there was a California article, and just pull from that. There you go. That section, so, on the back, yeah. See, there you go. There.
And California students, educators share distance learning experiences. Except the cars are about 4 feet apart. I thought that was pretty rotten about that little one on Facebook where it says, yeah, the crowds are getting smaller, and it was a bunch of little people in a circle.
Apparently their political alignment is conservatism, anti-communism, anti-socialism, and right-wing, I gotta get it, this here, right-wing populism. What'd you look at that?
CCP virus? The article here, leaked documents, China's lab biosafety concern to point to Beijing's cover-up of the CCP virus.
They get their news from China, I don't know.
Did it change name?
I don't know, I'm so weary of the news sources and
Yeah.
where people get their news.
Yeah.
Can't believe the Cowboys are here anyways.
Oh, it's my bedtime.
Really gonna have to split this up into shorter sessions next year.
Well, tomorrow we get to do all public works and streets and parks and the water treatment plant, and which I'm
My really
learning.
big one.
Yeah, really, that's why we do them on one night, because, and then we gotta get, are we doing municipal tonight too?
No.
No, we just do police and fire tonight. Yeah, we try to have it.
This was a long one last
Yes.
We could make it quick and just accept it the way it is.
Were you not paying
Nice
attention?
try. We're gonna
3 hours.
finish the last 3 hours.
That's what I was hoping, we were tired and just want to go home.
I mean, I really don't vote on the matter, so I'm just taking a nap, right? Like,
Just a little snoring.
just a little snooze.
Just wake up for the important part.
Yes. Okay, are we ready?
Take it away.
Take it away. What you
Well,
got?
you guys might have a lot of questions for me that came out of Chief's mind, so I'll do the best I can with answering them. For the most part, a lot of the things that we have on ours stay the same, as far as the personnel, costs. Chief always sits down with Lex, goes through all of those, and so those numbers are pretty much set where they need to be. I don't know if the end budget has the 3 full-time firefighters in it. Currently,
I think it does.
okay. I'll come back to
We
that.
have 2 numbers.
Yeah. So with all of the salaries, the way we are now, with all of the overtime benefits and all that, it's at 848, 822, 61. And then with the full-time there, 1.033. We put it in there, because we always put it in there. One of these years, we're gonna get firefighters. We know that, we were really close last year, but things didn't quite go the way that we all wanted them to. We know that one is a big one that's gonna be hard to swallow this year. So, we've already discussed that, and we already know that's coming, so. Down the line, with the dues and subscriptions, the registrations, travel expense, lodging, meals, and training, those are all the same that they were last year. If you kind of go across the board there, we're staying within those. Some of them are a little higher, but we have some years that more training, some years more travel and things. So those are all about the same. Office supplies is at 8,500. Is that one that he upped from last year? Okay.
Yeah.
We were talking about that when we were going over this, and I see why he did, because we've been running higher. But we weren't really sure. I guess I should look at this one over.
Is that 889 correct? For current year actual?
No, we're actually at 1,166.12. Out of 5,000 for this year's budget. But that one is one that we can work on. I don't know that we're gonna have a whole lot of office supplies. The next one is printing. And if you look on that one, we spent 0 on printing. I know that we did get new maps and we have those laminated. And I know that was, I think that went into office expense or office supplies. Because that was like 160, I think it was $160, $170 for that. But that one we can work on. Safety equipment and uniforms, that one is at 71,000. How we get to that, the general fund, he left it $500 or $5,000. Uniform and badges, he left it $2,500. A big one in there is the new hose and nozzles that we chose to purchase half of them last year and purchase the other half this coming fiscal year. That's one that we can't really lose, because we need to get our trucks back to being the same. We're running a high pressure truck and a low pressure truck right now, and if you have to switch them up, you gotta know which truck you're on as to what you're flowing. So along with that is the flow meter and the testers. That's $4,500 for those. When we get the new hose, we want to put it through those testers with our truck, so we know what pressure we're running with the hoses in our trucks. You're supposed to test those together so you know where you're at. 4 new Apex radios. Right now we have a large quantity of the older 8000 Motorola radios. As of December of last year, they quit supporting those. Motorola did. They will still take them and fix them if they have the parts. But I do believe the last 2 that we just sent in a month ago or so, they sent us back and said we can't do anything with them. And so we're getting to a point that we're not able to fix those radios. So we're having to switch out, and of course the newer radios are more expensive than the older radios. For those we put in 24,000. However, we did put in for a grant for those radios. And we did get word, and it's the same that Chief Thompson was talking about. The state approved us for $18,918.72, which is basically 3 of the radios that we're requesting. So if, like Chief Thompson said, if it goes, the state approves it, then it has to go to the federal government and they have to approve it. So we've got through the largest hurdle with the state approving. So when FEMA approves it, then the state will just go ahead and disseminate that money. So that we can put in there as that deducting that $18,000. 18,918.72. So that would bring that request to 5,081.28. Replacement bunkers, he left at the 13,000. Replacement SCBA bottles at 5,000. New bunker boots have to go with the bunker gear at 1460. Wildland pants at 1825. Then we have the flow test for the air packs. That's an annual thing that we have to do to maintain those air packs. Otherwise, they go out of certification and we can't use them anymore. The extrication tools have to be maintained every year, and then the hydro test of the air bottles. Telephone, you left the same at 4,000. Sewer and sanitation is the same at 2. Electricity, the same at 35. Natural gas is at, you left it at 4,000. We've been getting really close to that. We're looking at possibly 2 of our doors in the station. They all have 3-minute timers on them, so they'll open up and they'll only stay open for 3 minutes and close. So when you leave for a call, you can just leave. We're looking into 2 of, all the new ones will, and then 1 in the main station will close with the button, but the other ones will not. And so we're looking into why that is. And then training of when you leave the station, you open the door, you pull out and close the door, and that does a couple of things. Doesn't heat the outside for 3 minutes, and it's a security, somebody won't walk into the door in 3 minutes. So a couple of things we're trying to do there with it. Postage is at 500. That was left the same. First aid supplies, we're wanting to bump it up to 25,000. For the last several years, we've been getting really close to the 20,000, and with increase in costs and things, I think that it's to have that extra cushion to make sure that we can stay under budget with those. Repairs and maintenance, you left at 15,000. Small tools, we have at 3,000. We had a request in the small tools for, we had 3 members, and we were going to have a couple more go, but due to the COVID, they canceled the classes. They went to a class in Alabama that was completely paid for. The college pays airfare and lodging and transportation and meals and everything, but it's a hazmat tech class. And when they got home, they saw that there were a few things on the apparatus that we don't have that would be good to have as having techs. So that's only a $675 small tool. And then every year we have the annual wildland arduous pack test, which is a 45-pound pack that we have to carry for 3 miles in 45 minutes. We have packs that were probably produced in the 30s. They were donated to us by the BLM, and they're seen better days. They're falling apart. They're they're heavy. I don't think we'll get away from that, but.
They are heavy.
So we were looking to replace those, 6 packs at $200 brings that to $1,200. That's why that total, I believe the total for small tools went up. Was it at 3,000? Yeah, it was at 1,500, or, yeah, 1,500 last year. Our custodial supplies is the same at 2,500. Professional services, we had to up that. We're planning on starting this year the background checks for bringing on new volunteers. And at 6 volunteers, that's a total of $3,000 to have the background check done on those. Of course, the medical director is involved and included in that price. And then the interagency dispatch center. And the co-pay for the fire suppression account of $2,000. We paid that last year. That is a once a year if used. So what that suppression account is, when there's a large incident, wildland fire, it takes $12,000 to open up the fire suppression fund through the state. So say we go out here to the cemetery road and there's a wildland fire that breaks out there, and as the responding agency, we call in an airplane to do the dump. We've tried to open up that fund. It's on us to pay the $12,000 to get that fund open, or pay for the airplane to dump the slurry. As the chiefs, we have, as Natrona County chiefs, we've come together and decided that in 6 departments, we can put our heads together, and I'll pay $2,000 and put it into a suppression fund, so that when that's opened up anywhere in the county, then we all have only paid $2,000 to have that happen. And that's no matter where in the county it opens. Once it's open for the year, it's open. So if we have a fire next week, we have to open that. That $12,000 will cover until December 31st. And then next year it would have to start opening. We have not opened that account yet. So if we don't have to pay that $2,000 again next fiscal year. So as of this year, we won't owe that. Now, if we get a fire in February of next year and we already opened it up this year, then we would have to pay another $2,000 to have it opened up next year. So the question that I wanted to throw out there, we can take it out of the budget, hoping that we don't have to open it twice in the 2021 fiscal year, or we can just leave it there in case that we do. So we want to throw that out there. Vehicle expense is at, I believe he left that the same at 10. Gasoline is still the same at 3,500. Diesel fuel is the same at 10,000. Vehicle expense, we do an annual pump test on the engine. It's a pricey thing to do, but we catch the problems before we have problems. And we did have some repairs that had to be made to our engines this year that, had it been on a fire, could have been a problem down the road, but we caught it and prevented it maintenance-wise. We looked at on-spot chains for the engines, which are, if you see the buses or the big trucks going down the highway that have little chains dangling underneath the axle, that's what those are. We hit a button and it spins them underneath the tire, and then it'll throw a chain underneath the tire so you have traction in slick conditions. 2 sets of those, one for each engine, is $6,870. And then a mobile BK for the Brush 12. What we run around the county is a 800 series radio or an 8000 series radio. The BK is the radio that is preferred on federal wildland fires. It's a VHF radio, And we have handhelds, which work for the most part, but with a mobile, which is the one that mounts into a truck, you get a better reception. It's a stronger signal, so you can get out of places where you can't necessarily with a handheld. So we'd like to put one in brush 12, and that's 365233. Vehicle licenses, is it 0? We're not licensed our trucks.
They're good for 7 years.
Oh, okay.
You rebels.
We skate by it, it's fine.
It says city exempt, okay, right? The medical care, or the Medicare adjustment, we really don't have any control over that. We budgeted there, 325,000 this year. Is that based on, is that what we did last year? Okay. So that's the same. We also had the same confusion with PFCC. We have it at 20,000 currently. Year to date, we're sitting at 13,522. So we're still good this year. We did go over, I noticed last year, we went over the 20. Last year was a very busy year. And we barely went over by $220. Over 20,000. Let's see. Then the rest of those are the same. Insurance is at 6,000, and then software support, which he has emergency reporting and CMIT IT support is at $4,900. And I believe he upped that because we went to CMIT with all the internet, and we were going to have some things done over at the station, but I don't believe they've gotten back a hold of us. So that means that's it. 13,800.
Okay. Well, my first thought is those hoses. Think we can squeeze that in now? 10,000. Under 1057,320,
I had the same idea.
since it's unnecessary, because we really need to do it.
I mean, there's,
We can do it now or we can do it later, it's gonna have to happen, so we might as well do it now.
my thought is if the current year actual is close, correct, then the money sits there in this current year.
And I know we had talked about that when we divided it up last year, that if it was here at the end of the year, that we could try to squeeze it in.
Yeah, I'd like to put it in.
So make a suggestion to do hose and nozzles then.
Okay.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah, 'cause we've already done half of them, correct?
We already did one any.
Yeah.
Let's get the other one
Which
done.
is putting our firefighters in a position where if they forget which truck they're on, they can make some big mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I mean, they train, but, you know, jumping from a low pressure to a high pressure.
The hoses are colored, coded, and all kinds of stuff, but I mean, you get in that moment of
Especially with some young guys.
adrenaline, it's just,
I'd also like to drop the 19K on the radios. Barring we get the grant, if not, we can revisit it if the grant don't come through.
Okay.
So it makes sense to drop that.
Are we taking 19?
It's actually $18,918.72, but I just, I deal with round numbers, so.
Fire department, radio.
We also, on that same note, we didn't put it on here because it wasn't really we weren't gonna request them, but we put in for a grant for body armor. at the same time as the radios, and that was also awarded to us, the full $6,000 for body armor. So, giving that, the federal government will give it to Wyoming, and we should have body armor to be able to put on their apparatus.
Are we talking like vests, body armor? Several women that are firefighter has to wear a vest.
They
There
show
are-
up to help people.
There are other agencies in other states that wear them on a constant basis. They don't get off the fire truck without them.
The assault or ambushes on fire EMS has been growing. Not something we heard of 20 years ago.
Several.
I think one of the first ones, a guy lit his house on fire and then stood across the street, and the fire guy got out there, he started shooting him.
Oh, sure, I heard about that. Like, why?
But not just that, you do have, the active shooter situations.
Standby.
and
You
We're
stand by
doing
for that.
standby things, and even we're supposed to do a training with PD on going into active shooter things, but that's,
COVID.
It's coming.
that kind of fell through.
COVID and things.
Yeah, it's COVID things.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a good idea, it's just, it's a little disheartening to
Right.
think that
Right.
your fire and EMS are subject to,
And sometimes they run into stuff that, like, went into a garage that was, bullets were flying.
Yeah.
You know, you just never know.
Yep.
They were ricocheting off the fire truck. You hear it, ping, ping.
oh, because it was on fire and the ammo was,
The garage was on
Discharging?
fire, the garage was
That would
on
be
fire
fun.
with ammo in it.
There's a lot of people who have ammo in their houses, so. House catches
Yeah.
on fire.
I mean, try to keep most of it in the safe, but the safe's only,
They-
yeah.
Oh,
Enough.
gotta have one just for your ammunition.
Office supplies.
Office supplies.
Is that your crayons? and-
So you currently have spent 900, budgeted 5,000, this year at 85.
Well, currently, as of today, office supplies were at 1,166.12 out of 5,000.
Would you guys be comfortable going back to 5? I mean, if you're at 1,100 and 5,000, we only got 4 weeks left in the year.
And that's,
I mean, 5, I'm gonna ask if you go 4. I mean, because you guys
Do I get 3?
have never hit, right? Well, you hit 3, but not at all.
Sorry, I just had to-
Hand right.
Just had to go in there. I think,
I mean, I saw you guys had a really big year there, but
but it was at 3,900.
no, that's true. Where are you at?
Oh, am I on the wrong?
well, in
We're on 300.
18-19, we're at
Okay, yep. I see.
8,878.
I see.
17-18, we were at 5,363.
And this year you guys behaved yourselves and almost got 1,100.
And I don't know why. It might be that, some of those years back, we've had
Like
Computer-
printers or computers, just I
computers,
was
yeah,
gonna
we-
ask, did you guys do a big replacement?
Yeah.
Is Leo
Chief's
stocking up on paper?
computer went out, and then, my truck computer went out.
So there's some
So,
big
yeah,
expenses there.
we've kind of had some computer things there, so.
Just making sure Leo's not hoarding paper and pens and you can tell him that.
Yeah, we work in a fire station, we can't hoard anything. Set it down and turn around and it's gone.
That's why you're hoarding.
All the time.
That's why you're.
That's why my pin is always right here, because it can't go anywhere.
That's why you guys stash up. Okay, well, if you're okay with 5,
Yikes, that's cool.
just put it back to 5.
Okay. And the printing as well, we had talked about the printing. We had one year that we were at $1,100, but it was $59, $101, $5, $0, and we're at $0 this year, so.
Is it going into a different category that we're really not, I mean, is that something that can kind of just go away?
Well, I wondered if it was going into either postage or office supplies. because we do all of our printing with, FedEx and Office, so we have 2 different accounts with them, or we have 6 different accounts with them, I don't remember. But one of them's supposed to be printing, the other one's supposed to be postage. I know we had that 18-19, we had a bunch of printing because we printed up some books for our new firefighters to go through, and then we printed up some other. Yes, that one we did training last year.
Printing all under office.
So we printed a lot that one year, but I don't
I
see,
think the stuff you had printed over there, was the training.
that's what I was thinking. Which would be, which would
There was
be.
materials for trainings.
So are we gonna zero out printing, or do you want a couple $100?
Can we put 500 on it? Leave it at 500?
Take $1,000 off?
Yeah.
Sure.
Small tools, 57,420. Is that actual still at 552?
Is that the one where those guys went to that class that they're wanting to add to the engines? That's why you bumped that up.
He's asking where they're at.
Small tools is at 972.24. So just under 1,000.
So close. I was just thinking if we could buy the hazmat supplies out of this year and reduce that money in the budget. That's all from those.
Custodial supplies went up 1,000.
Did they?
Did.
You guys doing with your supplies
Writing paper and pens and.
Probably.
What are you guys
over there?
doing?
Price increase.
I would say the price of everything has gone up.
Well, and I know that we're getting high on that, but your custodial supplies, does that fall under like your guys' Lysol and cleaning?
Yeah.
Cleaning stuff, so I mean, we're gonna see a spike in that, because you guys are supposed to be cleaning like crazy right now, so.
Right. We're over, last year it was 15 and we're at 1770 right now.
But how much of that is because of the excessive amount of cleaning that you guys are supposed to be doing right now? COVID
Most
uptick.
of it we coded to the 1043-900 to keep everything in one spot.
Yeah.
So we can keep track of it.
So we're trying to keep a lot of it for COVID or no? So this is COVID clean or no? No, okay. You guys must be really bored cleaning toilets or something.
Yeah,
What's professional services?
Professional services is the medical director, the background checks, the dispatch center, and then the co-pay for the,
Dispatch
fire
center,
suppression.
dispatch center is PCC.
He does interagency dispatch.
That's,
Oh,
that's
that's
BLM, yeah.
BLM, okay.
Which is another one that everybody in the county came together and
Uh-huh.
split up an amount, so.
But we don't have to pay it this year because we didn't ask for any kind of fire suppression, right?
Well, the $1,000 is for just basically the use of the dispatch center. And
Oh.
that's a yearly cost.
Okay.
$2,000 for the fire suppression.
That's where I was at.
Yeah, that one is the one that, for half the fiscal year, we could be safe with it. Because no matter if we open a suppression account this year or not,
It's there right now. It's sitting.
we've already paid it, yeah. So this year we're covered until December 31st. But if it opens up next March, that's when we would have to put in another, if it opened up this year and then opened it up again next March or June,
We'd have to spend $2,000
then
at
we'd
that
have to
time.
put another 2,000 into it.
It's definitely worth it. Just for one plane to lift it off the ground.
Oh, yeah,
We have to pay it one way or the other.
So-
It's
Well,
just
yeah.
whether we have it in the budget or we approve it at that time.
yeah. Yeah, no, the cost to lift a plane off the ground is far more than that 2,000 or 12,000 even when all the agencies come together, so that's a pretty spinny move. I was just thinking for budgeting purposes, I mean, it's one of those, do we take it out of the line item and if it pops up, here we go, you know? I mean, because our fire season is pretty, for aerial, it's like July, August, September-ish before I think. I
Yeah,
mean, I could,
Yep.
it's usually, you know, into summer before we start getting into something that requires some aerials.
and really,
I mean, unless the dump catches on fire again.
suppression count in Natrona County,
That only happens once in a lifetime.
we had the station fire that opened up, and that was 2015. The Sheep River fire was open, and that was in 2012. And then the Jackson Canyon fire, and that was in 2006. So 3 times in the last, I don't want to bet on that because all it takes is one lightning strike in the middle of the mountain and we're off to the races.
Oh, yeah.
So, or
Opened it up this wildly.
Especially
We're good already till
Odds
December.
are.
Yeah,
odds
we're
are
good
current
with this,
money.
we're good with this year,
So it's
so we're,
only if it pops up in January,
we're
February.
banking, yeah, February to, I mean, and like I said, we're, into May, June, if it's a really dry spring, we run a risk right at the end of the fiscal year, but, I mean,
We can always pop it. I mean, that's just a phone call expense
yeah,
at that point.
that, hey, we had to do this.
Right.
So,
so we want to cut that one?
yeah, well, we, for number purposes, let's pull it out.
Okay. As far as first aid supplies, we bumped that up to 25,000 from 20,000. As of this year, I'm at 18,203.44, which is 91% of it. I really only got one more shop before I can't order next month. So,
Get on it.
we should be good under that 20,000 this year. If we wanted to bring that maybe down to 22,250 or 22,250.
But if I was going on, I'd almost hate to wait in case we get extra gear and extra equipment for that. And they say you're gonna have another hit in the fall, so. It's $5,000 different. You're almost at
Yeah.
20,
So, yeah. We've been really close to 20 the last 3 or 4 years, so.
Should we just knock a couple grand off of it? Or what if we do 23? Yeah, knock a couple grand. Just do $2,000 off of it, give you guys a little room for inflation, but not
So down to 20.
323, yeah, take $2,000 off. Did we come up with a decision on custodial supplies? Were you trying any of off of that, since we went up a grand? You're at 19, you
He's
said?
at 19 right now, so he's already over budget.
Yes, we're already, okay, so we're not touching
I think we leave that at
that. Okay,
Well, we're at 17,
17.
yeah, 18, but
so if we shaved any, I would go lower than $2,000, only take $500 off.
that's kind of what I
We
was
could do that.
Let's just take 500 off.
Keep other car expenses.
And we also talked about if we really need to, we've already done our pack test this year. So we don't have to do it again until next April. So, we don't necessarily need to buy vests right now. The pack test vets. So
Which ones?
that's that's under small tools. It's $1,200 for 6 vests.
Is this something we can squeeze out now? Be able to get invoice now?
Possibly.
Or even just do 3 of them now?
Okay. Like half of them this budget and half of them next budget, or?
Yeah. Well, if we have the room to do them, or like the wiggle room in the budget to get it done this year,
We're pretty
do half of
close.
them this year.
So that's where I tried to get the hazmat supplies out of the 675, and it's awful close with the current graph.
Right, that's only just for small tools.
I mean, but as far as their bottom line budget goes, where they? They're budgeted for 1.4 and they're at 935. I mean, I know that this is like an overall thing, but so if they run over small tools a little bit, you know, obviously we're gonna have to make a commitment there, but there's some room to take it from like gasoline or diesel, their diesel expenses, 6,000 to 10,000. I mean, is there a reason we're 4,000 behind on there, or is it just,
They're at 92% as of
are they
today when I gave them the
Okay.
sheet.
Gas or?
diesel?
Oh, you
Their
total.
overall budget.
Yeah, overall, we're at 92.3.
So that 935 is a lot higher.
Yeah, they're at 1,954.
Kind of close.
What about that software support? There's a big difference there right now.
Well, because CMIT hasn't done what they were,
Do anything last year.
yeah, they had something.
Wasn't in our budget to
Changed,
start with.
the software from Firehouse to something else.
That's the emergency reporting.
Yeah.
That's state reporting, so that's the 2,800. Last year, I think it was $5,000 we took out, which was the CMIT stuff they were trying to do. I think we took that out last year.
So, another thing with that is on the line item, 1057-320. I shuffled over to Lexi and I was like, this can't be right, because we spent $132,000 in uniforms and safety equipment, and she said, yes, you did, it's your monitors. So we paid $110,000 out of that to our cardiac monitors, which is also included in that total price.
And which one?
So that
What
wasn't,
one?
it wasn't budgeted, but we paid the cardiac monitors.
So that's why they're 92% of budget right now, because they spent $110,000.
Yeah.
Okay,
That makes sense.
so there's some more.
Oh,
wiggle
so
room
there's
there.
extra money there.
Wiggle room.
That's a lot of extra wiggle there.
That's a lot of money.
So we could then potentially get the small tools, maybe even the flow test meter. At the current year.
You can't do that, Lexi.
I know, sorry. I shouldn't have started.
I was doing good.
I was doing good too.
I think the little stuff
At our
we
rate,
can
we're
snag
doing good now.
up right now.
Well, and I was thinking that we're already buying the hose this year, so if we have the tester with it, it would be beneficial. So that's why I was thinking if we could throw that in there now, and instead of have to wait for it, then we keep the small tools in there. I mean, that's $8,000 drop between the two.
Could you get, I mean, I know we're saying we're suggesting to get the hoses now, I mean, is that something that's gonna be hoses and the flow meter tester and small tools? Is that all something that you guys can,
That is something that I'm gonna have to talk to Chief about, but,
like, right now, like
if it
yesterday
was
type?
suggested that we got that this year, it would probably get done this year.
Get
Or you
invoiced?
can pay for it.
Like, we could pay for it.
The biggest thing is getting them the invoices, because it did take like 3 months to get the
It
hose
did
last
take
time.
a while, yeah.
It took a while to get it.
They can't invoice you prior to,
Right. That would be the question
mean,
they'd have to ask.
I have companies that, for me, when I'm like, hey,
And you have
I
to-
need.
You have to let the,
Well, as long as we get a quote, can we encumber that money out of this year?
That's what I was asking, like, can we accrue it, like, we have something documented, that we document it as paid and roll it over? I mean, how does that work? I mean, private sector, I can accrue something, but I don't know.
Where you pay it is where it's expensed.
because we were able to do it last year.
Yeah.
Told us to get all the hoses and nozzles last year, and you were able to get that. Didn't we got it,
Usually a company will rush, even if the stuff doesn't ship for
we
a
got
month
it
or so.
sorted out.
Yeah, even if they don't ship it right away, I mean,
They can get you a final cost, this is what's gonna cost for freight, this and that. You can get paid.
maybe some homework for 2 days from now. But for the sake of being,
I
are we
will,
suggesting?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's-
3 suggestions to do small tools and flow meter as well. This interesting one shut down so fast.
With the on-spot chains, we were thinking, in the interest of saving some money, doing one set this year. Or this, put it on this budget and then do the next one, the next fiscal budget. That would be,
57,530.
yeah, 57,530.
Hey, we're under 400,000. How much, but we're $300,000 range now.
Did you both engines was around 6,800?
Both of them are 6870, but if we did one, it would be 3435. We have one truck set up as our first out for wildland fire. In the wintertime, we can set it up as one truck being our first out for structure fire for slip conditions.
Sorry, I'm gonna ask where we're at again. What number?
530.
530. And this is the cheese
Yeah.
that we're
the
talking about? So
On
look that
spot
up.
chains.
I thought you guys had those anyway. That's kind of crazy
Yeah, it's on the ambulance.
and terrifying.
None of
That's
them have it.
terrifying. If you think
And
about
it's four-wheel
it,
drive.
that's a lot of weight to.
And we haven't had a problem yet.
So what you're suggesting is, you've got $25,000 budgeted, but if we paid 3435 for an engine now,
Well, in that 25,000, we have the annual pump test, and then the mobile BK for the brush truck, the on-spot chains, and then that also includes any other expenses.
Right.
Like this year we're close to it this year because we had several valves that went out of the, one of our engines that had to be, it passed the back test, so it had to be replaced. So
So just miscellaneous,
Yeah, just
equipment,
any
wear and
kind
tear.
of, yeah.
You guys are pretty good with
We try to stay on top of that because, if you don't, they depreciate a lot faster than if you do, so. Which, I know Chad is interested
So
in
we
that
take
conversation
34,
anyway.
35.
34, 35 out of it, that brings us down to 21,565.
Well, I say elephant in the room would be, we have to cut to 185.
You're all looking-
Just because I know they need them, I would like to leave that, we're gonna cut that for the last night of deliberations.
That's fine.
See where we come to before we pull the trigger on the fire.
That's fine.
I'm not ready to give up on that just yet. I know that's a lot, and I know they're functioning right now without them, but I do know at the same time that it would be extremely beneficial to that department to have 3 more full-time firemen. I'm not ready to pull the plug on that just yet. I think I want to do more deliberating, looking and digging and really decide before we deliver that up. That's just my take on it. I mean, you can kind of run in your head.
I just
Around
don't see
it,
how we'll get there otherwise, but I don't care for me. That's fine.
Right, it's,
It doesn't matter. Right now, I look at we just come up with 49 grand roughly.
it's where it,
And I don't see where else.
like I said, without tearing into everybody else. I mean, yeah, you take them out, it brings us to 208,000 fund. If you take them out, we're still about 208,000 in the red.
Yeah, I just don't know if we can find that the rest of it. But tomorrow we'll tell.
I mean, I don't even know if. Yeah, it's unfortunate going into,
Well, like I said, if we do have to do it, and if things get better, we can always make adjustment. We'll wait till last night.
see what we get out of.
Squeeze out of the other
Squeeze out the public
departments.
works, what can,
Lexi's 96 grand, she off up room.
Well, I know Chief and
You're gonna have
I
to
talked,
borrow from somebody else's on top of mine.
Chief and I did talk
Right.
about it, and, with the way things went this year, I mean, it was looking really good for most of the year. And then COVID-19 happened, which totally took everything
yeah,
out.
without that happening, I think without a doubt, you guys would have,
Right,
would've
but
been
not-
ready.
But not knowing where we're gonna be in 6 months. You know, it's, like Chief said last year, you know, we're gonna fight for them every year, but at the same time, we don't wanna hire somebody and then 6 months down the road, go, you know, it just didn't work out, so.
and it's probably gonna, I mean, I can't say probably, but I know that you guys have a lot of part-time and volunteer guys that are gonna wanna go to that full-time position. And I would hate to let somebody go that's been with us, you know, loyally for years as a part-timer or whatever, and then put them in that situation. No, I get it. I just kind of want to see where everything ends up before I completely take it off the table or we decide what we want to do with it. That's just my thoughts. So, not quite ready yet. And who knows, I don't know what Public Works looks like, I don't know what can be enterprise and Public Works, and we end up there.
But in all honesty, we got 300K one-time money in our revenue this year, so it's beyond 200 grand of shortage. But we're only on night one. We got 2 more nights of fun
We
to
gotta
go.
save some funds.
Yeah,
for the rest.
right down the road.
Hey, I think we did pretty good considering night one, we got down to 393.
I feel like we accomplished a lot.
I think we did pretty good, so.
I don't think we cut anything on night one last year. So.
No, we were too busy going,
I was saying, we
what?
were going through binders. Michael, it's not fun if you don't laugh too. You're not even paying attention.
He's checking out.
Dealing with emails and listening passively to the good assistant chief over here.
Good job, Marcus. Well, your friend. See how you feeling, and
This
by
is
the
what they
way.
did.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was on YouTube right now.
Watching, nervously watching.
Well, at least he's not sending pictures of it.
Eyeball in your mobile for first 12 too.
Your eyeball in it.
Yeah.
Eyeballing for get it done? Or try to make it 2 more years because their handhelds work?
Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards.
Okay.
We gotta leave something on the table first.
Well, we just decided to
It's like,
leave
come
185 grand on the table.
Until
So,
Thursday.
I think that was a big one, but.
So my question is the cost of the extra training and uniforms and all that extra that comes with those 3 positions, is that included in what's budgeted currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not, because the training and the uniforms and everything, they already have it.
Okay,
We
Oh,
would hire
yeah,
on the ones that we've
sure,
already
sure.
trained.
Okay.
So,
gotcha. Thank you.
I mean, there would be an expense because we would have, because it's still the same. I was gonna say badges and nameplates and stuff like that, but they're still firefighters. It doesn't say volunteer or part-time or, so, yeah, not even that.
Can you remind me one more time what the extra in software support was?
CMIT.
Oh,
He says no.
Well,
yeah, it's the,
he changed from firehouse to,
Right, and that's 2844, he had CMIT at 49.
yeah, and then that firehouse, I think, was cheaper than the,
Not by much.
yeah, it wasn't
oh, wasn't
it wasn't a whole lot.
it? Okay.
We were at,
Okay.
what was it last year?
Or better.
4,068.
Mhm.
And to be honest, I don't know what that difference is. So, I
But
can
if
ask.
we change our IT support, where.
Yeah, that may change with this discussion. we're
That's
having
gonna
with
affect that, though. It's gonna affect everybody's numbers.
Yeah.
So maybe she's sending us over something more broken down, can we shoot it over on the phone or? Gee. Is she sending us something over broken down for what she went over on the phone, for what she got wrong and?
She will. So I'll visit with her tomorrow about that, and then if we have an idea of how many devices or users, email, we'll be back.
So Mark, if you can get us a count for their,
Will you ask her about a reduced email account?
Okay.
I think for the volunteers and things like that, may not need the full package. So we could get I know they have a front desk user account, things that are a little lower grade, because I think email is their primary necessity.
Yeah.
So, we potentially get off that $20 for at least a copy report.
And I know we have some extras even, but the cost of adding and taking them away we just said the extras there, and then when we need them, we can assign them basically. And by devices, you want to know how many desktops, laptops, cell
Anything that
phones?
pops on the network. I don't think cell phones,
No,
just desktops and laptops, anything that would pop in on the network, because your phone, because can't you do an extension? Like, if someone uses their phone for email, it kind of extends off of, like when they log in, like my company, I have to log in, and they pretty much, like,
you can set up, have mobile device management on your 365 account that would basically do a remote wipe of your email set up on your phone.
that's kind of the way ours is like I have to grant all this access to have my work email on my phone. So if we did something similar like that, would it count as a device, or would it just be something mobile?
It would be in the 365 administration.
Okay, so it wouldn't be a device.
It'd be
Okay,
something
so-
she would just set up in 365 to have that control.
And we have,
Which I think we should do.
we have 3 iPads that are also, have a cell service. Would those be?
I wouldn't think so. They're not really, I don't know what you're using them for.
What do you use them for? I mean,
Well, what we mainly use them for is like inspections. We go out and we have the program, we can get an app for, emergency reporting, and then we can go on and do the report, and when we get, they can sign it right there, and it sends a copy to.
But your
You're
email
basically an
stuff,
app and email.
no, but your email's not linked to it or anything like that, then no, I wouldn't count that. Basically anything that's like on network and with email, is kind of what we're after for managing and troubleshooting.
Your desktops, laptops.
Yeah, but if you just use the iPads for an app for fire inspections, you probably wouldn't count that. So if that has any problems, most likely you'll just go to Apple or Samsung.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do except for just run iOS updates and app updates.
Okay. Everybody stimulated?
Great.
Lexi just looked at me like, wait a minute, what? Okay. Guess it's round 2 tomorrow. Public Works.
Water treatment. Is
treatment.
Jim coming?
So I'm talking to Jim right now. We might just do a Zoom and just set him on a computer, on a chair, have a conversation with us. I mean, because he's enterprise.
He's enterprise,
It's pretty cut and dry.
straightforward. He wasn't asking for, I don't think, anything, kind of, no big projects or anything.
Okay. And he said he could
He
give a
emailed me
line
and
by
he's
line.
like, well, I would kind of like to do this and this, and I'm like, do you have prices for what you're gonna do? Well, no.
Well, then you-
Well, I said, you have to present that, what you're gonna spend, so I don't know where he's at.
Yeah, he said he gets in something over with each line item broken down with an explanation for us. And then, we might just conference call him in, have him on the phone and talk to him, or try to, we're gonna do a trial run with Zoom tonight, but we're I think he's still at the water treatment plant, so I'll email him and see if he's still. And then we might do a trial run just to see how his stuff, figured out, so. But I'm not too concerned if he can't 100% make it, because he is enterprise and the water treatment's pretty much cut and dry. It's, here's my chemicals and my.
Like, we have to buy chemicals, we have to keep it running.
Here we go, pay for the utilities, you gotta buy chemicals, and we gotta pay the wages, and that's pretty much,
Enterprise are under revenues.
yeah, and enterprise, yeah, runs their own stuff, so. I wasn't too worried about it, and I understand his concerns with wanting to stay. You know, due to his personal stuff, why he doesn't want to be around anybody.
I don't think
Just
Tom's
dialing up
budgets
the phone.
ever took very long. Last year we did his first, it was what, like 30 minutes?
And we got the tank coating done that he was talking about, right?
Which tank coating?
That Tom was wanting to do for the chips, the holidays, and the,
There was one of them we did.
I know we did one, did we ever do both?
We did the two.
Did we do two?
We
Yeah, we
did the
did.
one,
We split it
Because
between
the way
two
he-
fiscal years.
I just remember that was like a,
because he budgeted for both of them. And that's what it cost for the one, and so we did one in the 1 year and then budgeted for the second one.
okay,
But yeah, both of those got done.
okay, because that was the only thing I could remember that was a pressing issue, was getting the
And I
inside of
think-
tanks coated properly.
Did Tom say that we was gonna have to think about the electric tank or the home diesel tank?
There was one of them. He was always like, but in the future, but
Uh-huh.
it was hard to.
Gauge what future meant.
What is the timeline? So we need to-
Okay. Fair enough. It's called night. Go after 10, not bad.
I'd say we're earlier than last year. I think
They were not here till midnight. Cheap.
So you picked a good.
I'll take 30 minutes off.
I know. And
You should
poor
work
fire
30
department
minutes
didn't
off.
have much to.
Yeah. Well, I probably did. Dan asked, how much time